And we've been harsh with him. He's done it himself in terms of bases loaded and the amount of times he has not come through for this team. But as I saw this morning from Tigers data, Spencer Torkelson with runners in scoring position this season, would you think, maybe I already told you, but
I already forgot what you told me.
Okay, would you anticipate good numbers or bad numbers?
Bad numbers.
Bad numbers.
They're going to be bad. He's going to hit like 150 with no power.
Not so fast, my friend. 309
and
an OPS over 1.
Fake. There's no way.
With runners in scoring position.
Unfollow Tigers data. There's no way that's real.
I'm telling you, there have been some moments where there's been no one come through. Mm-hmm. And then there have been some moments where they've been very opportunistic, and they were gifted through in the 10th inning. They were given a lot of gifts.
Yeah,
Bubble the ball at second
singles.
base, a couple of infield singles. And how many times have we sat there on the other side of that and been like, how come the Tigers can't come through?
We would have come in here and bitched up a storm.
Oh, yeah.
The way we have before, because it would have been a painful reminder of this team not delivering in those moments. That's not the case today. We wake up today, we say, hey, you know what? This is what we said, litmus test. You can play a good team. You're heading into the trade deadline. You're going to need to win. A.J. Hinch reiterated before the game something he's told us, that Game 7 mentality.
Yeah.
He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. We know what's ahead. We know the conversation around the team. Tarek is in the news every single day because someone has a dream trade to make up. Yet we have a game to win that night.
Yeah.
So they're well aware of what's going on here.
They are. And when you look at when he told us that, and I don't remember the exact circumstances, there was a game that we felt like they should have won, and we didn't feel like AJ did all of the things to follow up on. We're managing like it's Game 7 in the postseason. Last night, Flaherty, not horrific, but not great. Not as good as he has been pitching, so he gets him out in the fourth, after the fourth. And then you go with, 6 relievers at that point?
Yeah, you're right. They had to empty it out.
5.
With Summers, Finnegan, Jansen. Yeah, you're Holton. They used like almost half the bullpen, right?
Right. And it did feel like that was the mentality of, hey, we're going to use the best of Summers. We're going to use the best of Finnegan, the best of Jansen, the best of Holton. And then you wake up in the morning and you see that Jansen got the win. Always love seeing that.
Wow.
It just never gets old for me.
I just want you to picture the difference of the show if Jansen blew it to Bregman.
Oh, I know. Well, the Jansen ranking may shift yet again in Detroit.
He's got a ways to go. He's had a rough year, Kenley.
Yeah. Well, hey, better late than never.
Mm-hmm.
And Tigers, better late than never.
See, this is now or never for this baseball team as we get closer to the trade deadline.
And how about the young bats? Dingler and McGonigal. And McGonigal, the ultimate amount of respect, when he gets up with 2 outs, they're already up by 3, 8-5 in the 10th. And runners on second and third, 2 outs. Instead of pitching to him, they're like, yeah, we don't want any part of Kevin McGonigal. I'd rather pitch to Vierling.
As would I.
Yeah.
I'd do the same thing if I was the other manager. So we've said for a while the goal was to get to 500 because then you're in the conversation for a playoff spot. We've been less focused personally on number of games back. There's a lot of teams just keep winning games and figure out what happens, get near 500. 500's a good North Star. 6 under, as close as they've been since they really plunged into the depths of May.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make up ground in the wild card yesterday, in part because the Red Sox are on fire. They've won their 14th game in a row. They're facing Baltimore, which could knock Baltimore a little bit. We're about to see them. That's going to be a big series. But Boston winning means technically the Tigers made no progress. But I continue to say just get to 500 and you're going to be in a conversation.
Yep. Just win, and you get a chance to play. Okay, you got 2 more against Chicago, and this was, as I mentioned yesterday, the litmus test. You're playing a good team out of the National League. We all know the National League is a stronger side of Major League Baseball than the American League is. So you're in Chicago, find a way to get a win. Dingler gets 2 home runs. You got 2 more, and now you've got Valdez and Montero on the mound. And I think the edge in these final 2 games are to the Tigers in terms of the pitching matchup.
We're catching them. We're getting some favorable pitching matchups here.
Yes.
I mean, the guy that we faced yesterday, the guy they're going to face today, Peterson with a 6 ERA. Yeah, I mean, we're not facing their best arms during this stretch.
And then you face Kansas City with Melton Scooble. The first 2 games, you got a 4-game series against the worst team in the division, and then you've got Mize is still on. They haven't taken him off the starting rotation, so we'll see if he ends up pitching and Flaherty with the last one.
I see a quote, something like this groin injury doesn't seem to be as severe. He feels better following this flare-up than the other ones.
Right, and getting Torres back, and hopefully Mize stays in the rotation. Hopefully he can stay healthy. Maybe some of the injury luck is changing for the Tigers.
Well, do you remember we got a call at the end of the show yesterday, and a guy stepped in and became our baseball insider and said, "Hey, I talked to Javi Baez in Tampa." I'm like, "What?" Because he's going to come back. Well, you also saw the news.
Yeah,
he's right about he's going to start rehabbing, right?
Yes, he's going to have some rehab starts, and so it's now when Baez comes back, no one is looking at him as a great add to the lineup, but it does make your defense better because of his ability to play center field. So I think that it will be a positive. I don't know how much of a boost they're going to get, but it will be a positive.
Yeah, Baez will start a rehab assignment in Lakeland tonight.
Yeah,
that was the announcement yesterday. Heard it first from some random caller on our show. AJ confirming it later in the day.
I think it might have been his Chipotle server.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Chipotle server, or maybe it was the Kilomax driver. Same guy.
I just have to throw this out there. I like that guys are coming back. I just don't want to hear that these are the additions at the trade deadline. If they're going to, quote, stay the course, ride this out, give this rotation a chance, they're convinced they're going to keep Scooble. If that's the mindset, I just don't want to hear, well, our trade deadline additions are Gleyber Torres, Javi Baez, Jackson Jobe.
Oh, right, no, but just imagine with Torres in the lineup, with Baez back defensively more than offensively, but if you do add a bat and you make this lineup a little bit longer, then you could start to, and I'm not sitting here saying, hey, look out, here comes the World Series, but it does generate some more excitement. And we are under 2 weeks from the trade deadline. And now you're starting to think, okay, like we had talked about yesterday, you and I both agree they're not going to sell Scooble. So if that's the case, you can't ride the middle. You can't do nothing. So if you don't sell, you need to buy, and you need to buy with intent.
Yeah, because that's the thing. As we open the show today, I don't want to be negative. I want to be honest and fair. I don't think this team's chasing a World Series. I think what's best for them is to trade Tarik Skubal, and that didn't change last night. Last night was still a thriller. It was a win. If they are going to keep him, I'm a Tiger fan. I want them to keep winning then, at the very least. I don't want to lose him and miss the postseason, and I certainly want to do as much damage if they get in as possible. So I think the best way to frame it is, hey, give me a reason to be excited.
Yeah.
Right? If you're going to go through this exercise and really, I guess, drag this out, keep the guys and make a push, make it worth it for us.
Yep. Make it exciting all the way to the end, and hey, you add them up at the end of 162 and see where you fall.
Yeah. Make it worth it for us. 248-539-9797. We can take some calls and texts to start the show. We begin with our baseball team with a win last night on the north side of Chicago. We got some Lions to mix in today. We are 1 week out from the veterans reporting to training camp.
Rookies on Saturday. Let's get it fired up, baby.
What is this like for you? Like, do you still get the jitters?
Oh, I do, and I'm the day veterans report. I have it's a mixed bag of emotions where I'm excited because it feels like football season is right around the corner. Now we know training camp's long, preseason's long. There's only 3 games now, but it's also a little bit depressing because that was one of my favorite days, and I just don't get to participate anymore. And so it's a bit of a mixed bag for me.
1 week out, we want one word or one phrase that describes your feeling as a Lions fan. We're going to do that at 6:35 this morning. We did have an injury last night in the Tigers game. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. They've been protecting my home as well. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarms has you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. That's why I go with them. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm, and you can call them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Kenley Jansen loads the bases, gets out of it. Bregman strikes out. The Tigers win in 10. And look, I know there's this feeling from some, what's the point? Like, they're still a losing team. They're not going to win a World Series. My whole thing is, if they're going to keep Skubal, make it worth it. Win. Stack wins. Add. I don't have to approve of the decision. I can have my doubts, but I'll still say, hey, win and make it worth it. And these games against the Cubs are the biggest test they're going to have before the trade deadline.
It is. You're facing a team that is it's a well above 500 team in the National League. It's a like team that you would face in the postseason.
Mentioned there was an injury last night. Kerry Carpenter pinch run for. He's got this it's like a heel issue. He has not been hitting well.
No.
I think it's that Tigers data has chronicled it. 0 of his last 25. How big a deal is the Kerry Carpenter injury here? We don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if he's in the lineup, he's out of the lineup, I don't think that it matters much because he just hasn't been effective.
Tex says, guys, get to 500. The rest takes care of itself. We're right there. Then worry about who you're chasing in the stretch run. If they get to September, they're in great shape because the schedule sets up well. Tex says the Cubs can't pitch. That's their issue. All right, well, take advantage of it. I think it's managerial malpractice to have Flaherty in the rotation and not Montero. You can't tell me we're serious about winning when you don't field the best team possible. That's Jake in Oxford.
They still have that time to add, and we'll see what they end up doing.
Speaking of adding, they need to add through subtraction. Get rid of low IQ McKinstry. He plays more than Colt Keith. Shaking my head. Another says, I think they should trade Skubal. However, if they're not going to trade Skubal, then you got to buy at the deadline, don't you? What's the point if you're not going to go for it? That's Bob in Rochester. Bob, we agree with you. We're getting people sending in their word or phrase, one word, one phrase, with 1 week out from the Lions getting back out there at the practice field. We'll get to that at 6:35.
It'll be interesting to see what the reaction is when the Lions are on the field.
We got a text that says, John, why do rookies report early? Can you explain? So the rookies are Saturday, the vets are on a week from today, Tuesday.
Well, because it's NFL rules, they can report early, and it's just another step of, hey, we're going to start from when the vets get there. I know it's a new OC, but they're going to be further along in their experience in what they are able to do because they've been around the new system for longer. Because there's days in the offseason where rookies aren't there. So it's starting from square one of offense, defense, install, all those different things. This is how we're going to do things throughout training camp. There are also things that rookies have to go through in regards to just meetings. NFL, they had the rookie symposium, but there's going to be another exposure to gambling rules. Vets will get that as well. Other things in regards to how the NFL does things, rules, regulations, all of those things, whether it's on the field, off the field.
So is this kind of like, because if you could explain how it is for rookies, is it sort of like someone's first week on the job where they're like still learning the ropes, job shadowing, or like syllabus week in college?
Yeah.
Like, because there's only so much, you're not running full 11 on 11 stuff, right?
You're just, and most likely you won't have enough.
Bodies.
It's rookies, and you'll probably have selected vets that don't meet the criteria to actually be, quote unquote, a vet.
Lots of compliance training.
Lots of compliance training. Yes.
There you go.
So it'll be, it's always, it's not physically taxing, but there's just a lot of things where you're going to be taking a lot of notes. Let's just say that. Should be.
Text says, yesterday's Tigers game felt like more of a reason to trade Skubal. You jump a good team, but can't pin them down in 9 innings. The bullpen's a dumpster fire, got away with it, but this team is not built to win in the postseason.
Some people you'll just never be able to convince, and that's okay. I understand why you're on that side of the fence.
Baez coming back for Outman could be an upgrade for this team, as odd as it sounds. That's how ugly it's been in center field.
I think Baez coming back is an upgrade.
Yeah. Again, rehab start tonight in Lakeland. Torres back as of yesterday. They talked about how that stretches out the lineup. All of a sudden, Dingler's not hitting in the 2 hole. Didn't matter. Dingler still drove in 3. Torres was on base 4 times yesterday.
And Chicago is one of those teams that is reportedly in the market. They're probably sitting there going, hey, make him an offer they can't refuse and just let Skubal stay here at the end of the series.
Right. Yeah, they need to add pitching. They're a playoff team. Mm-hmm. They have a big payroll. They've made some big all-in moves themselves. So there you go. 248-539-9797. As I said, we have a lot to do today. We start with the Tigers. We'll talk Lions at 6:35, 1 week out from the vets reporting to camp. We also have a golfer feud. Didn't get to it from over the weekend, but anytime you got golfers going at each other.
More of that would make golf a little bit more exciting.
Oh, he's performative. No, we'll get to it as the hour rolls on. We got 2 Grand Slam coming up in 1 hour. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. Well, this is confusing. So apparently I have to kind of take back everything I told you yesterday about the whole poop parasite.
Wait, the first things you told us or the second things you told us?
What was the first thing?
The first thing was it Taylor? What's the name of the
Taylor Farms.
Taylor Farms. And then we had to recant because there was apparently an apology.
No.
But now there's not.
No apology has been made by the FDA. It does, in fact, believe that the origin of this poop parasite is from Taylor Farms in Mexico, but they did not apologize. So they aren't taking back the false positive. They're standing by that they did this testing and there was a false positive connected to Taylor Farms. That is apparently still the case, but they say the investigation still does point toward Taylor Farms basically being the most likely origin of the dangerous outbreak. But no apology was made. It's just kind of confusing when it goes back and forth. Like, okay, we found the source. It's Taylor Farms. This is it. Actually, no, false positive. We're apologizing. We made a mistake. Oh, no, we never did apologize. There was a false positive, but we still do think they are the source. So it sounds like the source of the outbreak is still from the supplier, Taylor Farms, which supplied to Taco Bell and to other grocery stores around the country.
It sounds like Taylor Farms jumped the gun and tried to cover themselves public relations-wise. We got an apology. Really?
Yeah, so it's
why?
Kind of confusing, kind of not. Either way, it still continues. And guess what? They think it's going to continue. People are going to continue getting sick through August. So it is not ending. In Michigan, of course, still remains the hardest hit. We have over 6,100 confirmed cases. Cool. We jumped by 1,000 over the weekend. I think as of July 20th, we have 6,148 cases here in Michigan.
So this is not slowing down.
No, but they say through the end of August, and then that's like the typical when this parasite, the season ends. So we should see things slow down.
Ease up
just
a little
in
bit.
time for school.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want that going around school.
God, can you imagine?
We can talk about the parasite off season coming up.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly.
Yes.
The University of Michigan has released the results of its, of more than its 7-month investigation into the athletic department. And the report says that there are some serious issues that need to be addressed. So the review found athletic director Ward Manuel failed to act quickly and effectively on allegations of wrongdoing related to Sharon Moore and his relationship with the staff member. While the university says the investigation also highlighted many strengths within the department, it identified weaknesses in accountability, reporting systems, oversight, and concerns about retaliation against people who raise issues. The university president called those findings unacceptable, announced a series of reforms that would be coming, including stronger reporting procedures, expanded mental health resources for student athletes, enhanced compliance oversight, and a review of hiring and investigative policies. The university also, as we talked about yesterday, confirmed that Ward Manuel will step down as the athletic director at the end of the year. But it didn't actually release any of the,
that's a huge issue, right?
No official documentation from the investigation was released beyond the summary that was provided.
Right. They paid a lot of money for this.
Yes.
We don't have access to the transparency. We just got to take their word on it. And their word is also kind of mumbled and jumbled. It's Ward's good, but he was bad and should be gone, but not yet 5 months from now. Is he a good AD? Do you want him to stay? I'm still unclear.
Yeah, it's a very mixed message.
It's mixed
Lots
messages.
of confusion going on everywhere, I guess. Yes. 8 young suspects are wanted for a flash mob style theft at a Dick's Sporting Goods in Bloomfield Township. It's actually called a flash rob.
Oh.
Not a flash mob, a flash rob. Police say on Saturday around 6:30 p.m., 8 young people, all around the ages of 17 to 25 years old, were running around the store and just stealing anything they could get their hands on, right?
I heard they chose that one because it's one of their bigger stores.
Possibly. The suspects ran out of the store, fled the area in a white older model Chevy Suburban and a white Chevy Blazer. A couple pieces of stolen merchandise, some clothes, were found in the parking lot that totaled $220, but it's unclear how much merchandise these suspects actually got away with. But if you know anything about anybody or this flash rob, give police a call. Let's see. A drowning at Stony Creek Metro Park over the weekend is being called a tragic accident. It does remain under investigation by the Metro Parks police, but according to authorities, a 48-year-old Shelby Township man drowned Sunday evening after he went out on the lake on a stand-up paddleboard. Police say he was out there on the paddleboard with friends and family when he went into the water and then never resurfaced. Divers from the Shelby Township Search and Rescue Team were called in. The man was found underwater about 2 hours later. They do believe that the victim was not wearing a life jacket at the time, but they are still waiting for autopsy toxicology reports, but it's believed that drowning is the cause of death. But sad story when that happens, especially at a place where a lot of people frequent and, everyone's been to Stony Creek. Well, not everyone, but
Source of good memories.
Yeah, exactly. And then
This.
tragic accident. Yes.
All right. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, one word, one phrase, 1 week out from the Vets getting back out there. And Lions football, we're counting down the days. It's 97-1. Let's talk about putting a new roof on your home. And it doesn't have to be scary. I know you're thinking, oh boy, what's this going to run me? It doesn't have to be a painful process. Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding is a trusted, proven track record of serving Michigan homeowners. Over 30 years of trusted service. They bring a 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. And the way they treat you, that's the selling point. They're a local family-owned business that treats you like family because they are one. They'll answer to you and not some private equity investors. Other competitors are being bought up and bought out. Shaner's still here. They're still local. They're still committed to you. Great example of how they do their business, the no pressure promise. When you have them come out to assess your roof, there's a no pressure promise. No high pressure sales pitch, true honest assessment of what your home needs. If you don't need a roof, they're not going to sell you a roof. But if you need one, they're a company that can do the job right. Unmatched reputation, 4.9 stars on Google. You can see what I'm talking about for yourself. A reputation they've earned through decades of doing the job right. And I think a selling point, peace of mind. If you're going to make this investment in your home, every roof installation with Shaner comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. If you're ready to get started, let's get that quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's in the 10th. Tigers win in 10 against the Chicago Cubs on the north side. Good morning, 97.1. Counting down the days to the trade deadline inside 2 weeks. We're a week away from Lions football really getting going here. 1 week away from Vets reporting. What's one word or one phrase you use to describe your emotions heading into the season?
What are you going with? Because I don't want to just go with excitement.
Yeah, it's too
because
boring.
It's boring, and I think there's a lot of people that are just simply excited about the start of the football season. They're excited about different aspects of this team, the schedule.
So I'll go this way. Dan Campbell has coined what strictly business is the mantra for the team this season.
Yeah.
Strictly business is a phrase you may feel. This is going to be a yeoman's back to the basics, run the ball, play action, short yardage, back to who we are, grit, find our identity. Identity could be a word. I thought about identity as the one word. But if I'm honest, more emotionally how I'm feeling, it's palate cleanse. I want a chance to put last year behind us. That was a gross finish to the season.
Yeah.
It was a lost season for a team that's got enough talent to win divisions and chase a Super Bowl. I want a palate cleanse. I want to go out and wash last season away and get back to what I've seen this team do over the last 3 seasons, who I think they actually are. A team that can get back to running the football, setting up play action, letting Jared Goff feast, and converting those short yardage tough spots, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, red zone, finishing touchdowns, leading with that offense, not just against the Patsies, but in the big games too. I think that's who they've been over the last 3 years. Last year put a bad taste in my mouth, and I want a palate cleanse. I'm excited for this team to get back out there and palate cleanse.
I think that's a great way to describe it, because you would expect against New Orleans in week 1, week 3, the Jets, week 5, Arizona. Like, you're going to have a chance against some very weak opponents, teams that we don't expect. And I think New Orleans will be a little better than they were last year, but teams that we don't expect to be competing for playoff spots. And so it that goes into a little bit of what I'm going to use, and I'm going to say it's the perfect storm. Because this is a team that I believe, and Dan Campbell has talked about wanting to play guys more in the preseason. They're not going to have the inter-squad scrimmages between other teams that are coming to visit them for the preseason, but it's a team that has to have different positions gel, and they're going to need time, probably more than just the preseason. And yes, the offensive line has been upgraded, but you've got a new captain of that offensive line in Cade Mays. Guys are going to have to learn how he's going to see things. Jared Goff is going to have to develop that relationship with his center. And you've got Penei Sewell moving over to left, who I think he's going to master that task, and Blake Miller at right. Tate Ratledge in his second year, and still TBD at the left guard spot. So a lot of moving pieces. While you have good and improved pieces, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to ultimately be the offensive line I believe it can be, and that is a top 10 offensive line. So if they're not that top 10 offensive line until week 9, 10, 11, along the way you have New Orleans, the Jets, the Cardinals, you got Minnesota in there, which is, we'll see what they are. Miami, like, you have some teams
it's built in
that you can use to get better. Same thing in the secondary and the defense as a whole. I think the defensive front's going to be better, but how did those linebackers gel? What's Jimmy Rolder, the guy that I stumped for in the draft, how is he going to be able to participate in this? It's going to take some time. And let's just talk about Brian Branch. We have no idea about Kirby Joseph, but Brian Branch, if he starts the season on the PUP, which doesn't make him eligible to play for the first 4 weeks, well, you come back and you have Arizona, and then you have a bye week, which is, even if he's ready, it may be the path that the Lions did. We've seen them be very cautious in how they bring guys back from injury. So if he's not back until week 5, now you're at Arizona, which, okay, I'll take that, and then a bye week, so he gets that first, get your feet wet, get out there, see how it feels, and then you get 2 weeks to recover before you play Green Bay at home.
Yeah, the way you're talking about it, you said perfect storm. It is that. It's a proving ground is what it is. The early part of the schedule serves as a proving ground for a reshuffled offensive line that we both have high expectations for, and it serves as a proving ground as they try to figure out the back end of their defense. I think it's also a proving ground. Someone like Aleem McNeil, I think, is going to be counted on this season.
Oh, yeah.
It's a full year removed from the ACL. This team's going to have to get pressure to help out their secondary, specifically middle pressure. Aleem McNeil, when he was last healthy, shows he could be a game wrecker. He's got a chance to get his feet under him early in the season.
Yeah, and it's Tyleek Williams. It's what are we going to get from Levi Onwuzurike this year? Nobody should count on anything, but it's like, what are you going to get? And I'll use this example. And, all the external stuff aside, when Michigan went on the 21, 22, and 23 runs to win the Big Ten, ultimately finally win a national championship, everybody was talking about their schedule. If they had played Oklahoma, or if they had played Ohio State in week 1 or 2 of that season, do I think they would have been undefeated? Probably not, because they weren't ready. They needed time to season, to develop, and they had the benefit of a soft schedule until they played Ohio State at the end of the year, until they got to the postseason. And that's where I think this team is it's going to be much better and a much more dominant team come week 10, 11, and 12, and throughout December and January.
Think about it. From that point on, week 10 on, they've got New England, who played in the Super Bowl. They've got Tampa, who's going to be a team with playoff aspirations. 3 of the last 4 weeks of the season are road division games.
Yep.
So it's exactly what you're describing. It is a softer start with some big games late that they can set themselves up to do damage.
And part of that perfect storm is week 2, you got Buffalo. In Buffalo. It's the opening of Highmark Stadium. And do I expect them to go in there and get a win? I think they can. I don't necessarily expect it. And so it's an opportunity to have those coachable, teaching, learning moments that can pay off when you play Green Bay at home, that can pay off when you play Minnesota. I think there are some, there's never a gimme game in the NFL, but ones that you are going to be heavily favored in and should win, not playing perfect football, but there's also some ones like Buffalo where, hey, you might learn some tough lessons, but can you use those lessons to your benefit later in the season?
1 week away, give us one word or one phrase. Dan Campbell says strictly business. That's the mantra. 248-539-9797. John says perfect storm. I say palate cleanse. You could use whatever word you want. I really do think, though, this is an opportunity for them to bounce back to what they had been under Dan Campbell. That identity, that grittiness that seemed to go away last year, it's easily explained. They had attrition on the offensive line. The offensive line let them down last year, and it unraveled the team. They're a team led by an offensive line. So what do? Their biggest free agent is a center. Their first draft pick is a tackle. They committed significant resources to fixing what threw this team off course. So, I got a text here. Guys, last year was the return of SOL. It's always been SOL. They don't have a proven Super Bowl QB or an offensive.
They've got a quarterback that's taken a team to the Super Bowl.
Last year felt like the anomaly from what they were building, right? And it's easily explained why they fell off the tracks. And then they addressed it. So why would you feel like they're going to continue the spiral of last season? I feel like they addressed the thing that let them down. Now, you could tell me they have some defensive concerns that could keep them from winning the whole thing. Fine. I'm talking about getting back to kicking ass, winning the division, having home playoff games, being back at the seat at the table to win a Super Bowl.
Kings of the North.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, we want to hear from you. We got ticket text. We got open lines. We are going to get into a feud in the world of golf. Golf could use more of these. We'll get to that as the hour wraps up.
Tom Brady slapping people in golf, too?
Oh, God. Him and Jake Paul. What is going on with that, by the way? Well, I think I know what's going on with that. They're setting up some WWE.
Oh,
I know.
If he does that.
That's what people are saying, John. Anyway, 2 Grand Slam, less than an hour away. That's 7:25. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all work out for a number of different reasons. And one of the reasons I enjoy a good workout at Planet Fitness is because, hey, life is stressful. No better way to manage your stress than to go in there, get a workout, whether it's a strength workout, aerobic. They've got plenty of machines, so you never have to wait for a treadmill. You don't have to wait for a Stairmaster or a strength machine. And maybe you just need a couple of moments kid-free. Get there, manage your stress, get a little bit of alone time, get a workout in. It's clean, it's welcoming, it's at the judgment-free zone, as we've been talking about, and there's over 60 locations. If you're a Black Card member, you have access to all of them here in Metro Detroit. So there's one where you work, there's one where you play, there's one anywhere you're going to be, and you have that access. So you can find your nearest club and join today. Do it in club, online, or in the free Planet Fitness app. And a great deal going on right now, $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the door. That's Planet Fitness.
Jumped them early, needed to win it late in extras. Tigers take game 1 of the 3-game series with the Cubs. Gleyber Torres, 2 hits, 2 walks in his return. And how about Alex Bregman striking out in the 9th? Bottom of the 9th, chance to win the game with the bases loaded.
Perfect.
Torkelson coming through with the bases loaded in the 10th. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Greg behind the glass, and we've got the feedback from you guys. We're 1 week away from the vets getting out there and the Lions practicing. What is the word or phrase you would use to describe this team and your feelings towards this team? Some of what the people are saying. Anxious, apprehension, expectations. Those are 3 separate words that people sent in. I don't feel this like anxious energy or even dread. Like we get some SOL texts anytime the Lions come up, and I get it. They finished last in the division last year. I feel like what ailed them was targeted. It's easy to explain, and they put real resources into correcting it.
Yeah, but I can also understand the anxious, nervous energy of the unknown. There's a lot of unknowns defensively, and the unknown is, offensively, are they going to be that dominant team? We believe they will be, but we don't know.
Right.
The dominant offense with a team that can run the ball on demand, that can protect a quarterback on demand.
We got a text that says, dirty diaper defense. This defense will be offensive and get cooked on the back end all year. Josh in Lake Orion. Another says, fool's gold. Jason in Plymouth.
I can understand that, especially with the last place schedule. It kind of takes a little bit of the opposite look of how I'm viewing it as the perfect storm of you get a chance to play some bad teams and you get a chance to rack up some wins when you're maybe not your best yet.
Destiny, Adam in Dearborn Heights.
Oh, team of destiny.
Guys, the season is so intriguing because it feels like we're building phase 2 of the Campbell-era Lions. You get punched in the mouth, and now what do you do?
Well, and we've had just about every emotion possible with the Campbell Holmes era. From, he takes over and it's 3-13-1. And then the season starts off, was it 1-6? Sheila comes out and says, gives the vote of confidence, which is usually the coach will be gone in a couple of days. And then they flip that season around, nearly make the playoffs. And then it's an unexpected trip to the NFC Championship game. It's a number 1 overall seed, but we saw the warts of the injuries and then a disappointing season to follow up. So we've kind of experienced every emotion.
We've gone through it.
And I cautiously optimistic, I'm sure is something that people will say about this year as well.
Lions have gotten worse every year since the NFC Championship. I don't think we'll be the Kings of the North, or it certainly won't be as easy as that. The Bears and Vikings have gotten better.
I agree with that. The Bears and the Vikings have gotten better. I think they'll be better with Kyler Murray. I think the Bears are going to be better in the 3rd year of the Caleb Williams experiment.
Caleb still has more growing up to do in the NFL.
Certainly.
And there's more for him to achieve in this league, which could be scary. But I actually think this is the step back for them, where they lose a couple key pieces up front, where they don't get as many turnovers and takeaways. They miss a lot of those guys that were ball hawks in their secondary. If they're not getting favorable field position, if Caleb is under siege, if the run game is just a little worse because they don't have the same offensive line production, that's the step back for the Bears. And I think it's a bounce back for the Lions.
So you're basically using that fool's gold for the Bears.
Well, last year they won all those one-score games in dramatic fashion with all these turnovers. Is that not the definition of a regression candidate? And the Lions are last place team. The league is designed to prop up last place teams. They give them favorable schedules. You get higher draft picks. It's a clear bounce back year for the Lions. To what heights? I'm not making any promises on July 21st, but it's set up to be a bounce back year for the Lions. Maybe that's the phrase you use, bounce back. One word or phrase, home field, Mike in a truck. Cautiously optimistic.
There you go.
Yeah. Another one that says just SOL.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a wide range. This is why we're asking where are you at in regards to your expectations and your feelings going into this training camp.
Lions overhyped.
I wouldn't say they're overhyped this year. I think they're appropriately hyped. I don't think anybody is sitting there going, yes, this team is one of the 2 or 3 teams that could win the Super Bowl. I think they're a team that can get to the Super Bowl, but I don't think they're the odds-on favorite.
So was it 2 years ago? They were on the cover of SI.
Yes.
Super Bowl. Everybody's talking because they played in the NFC title game the year before,
And they
that was
backed it up with a 1 seed.
I know that was a season with hype. This season doesn't have that kind of hype.
No. It doesn't feel like it does to me.
No, and coming off a last place finish, it does temper some of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why, I mean, maybe bounce back is the perfect word or phrase for this season. Words or phrase. Dumpster fire, hot garbage. The bottom's going to fall out on Goff, but then you have people saying restore, redemption, and repurposed. A repurposed team and mentality. You said it, all over the place. Yeah, clearly I think this team is going to be better than last year's team. I don't. You look at the offensive line, and if that's the only thing you look at, you say, yes, this should be a better team because they're going to be able to control the tempo of games. They're going to be able to control, hopefully, time of possession, unless you get some quick scores from J-Mo.
Which I'm not going to complain if you're putting up points in bunches. That would feel a little more like 2 years ago. You mentioned when they rattled off all those wins.
Yep.
15 of them and had the 1 seed. I mean, the word that year, double-digit wins, you could say disco. But I'm not putting that on this year's team.
Why do you got to bring up like the lowest moment of the show?
Oh, I think we've had
lower.
Is that the lowest moment of the show?
I would think so. You dressed up in disco. I even was on board with it. Now going into the season, I anticipate I was dogged for saying 14 wins, and I underestimated them.
Think about that.
The double-digit disco is not the low point of the show. The low point of the show is when it keeps getting brought up.
Oh.
Great point. Thank you, Jim.
Sorry. Apparently today is the low point of the show. Can we go lower? Find out. We got 3 more hours.
Only up from here, Jim.
Yes, yeah. At least we did in the first hour. We got 3 hours to recover.
I mentioned we do have a golfer dispute from over the weekend. We can get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. We want to know whose side you're on, Rory or Bryson. We have some audio. Bryson DeChambeau nearly took his ball and went home mid-weekend.
Yeah, he made it tried to make a very important phone call as well.
Oh, God. You saw it too.
Is that the most cringeworthy thing ever?
I know the president. We'll get to this in the 7 o'clock hour. Plus, Rory calling him performative. And mostly, Rory's got a track record that's not great himself, but this is good. We'll get into it. Whose side are you on, Rory or Bryson? 248-539-9797. And we're not going to turn you away if you want to talk Lions football. We are 1 week out from the Vets reporting. We want to know one word, one phrase to describe this team and how you're feeling. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Tigers beat the Cubs 8-6 in 10 innings last night to open their series in the Windy City. Dylan Dingler went 4 for 5 with a pair of homers for his 3rd multi-homer game this year. It was a bit of a home run derby last night as all 10 runs in regulation between both teams were accounted for via a total of 6 homers. A.J. Hinch talked about the friendly confines of Wrigley Field and how the ballpark plays when the wind is blowing. Hinch is referring to the 9th inning where Kenley Jansen came on to pitch after the Tigers gave up a 5-3 lead in the 8th as the Cubs tied the game. Jansen faced the bases loaded with 2 outs against Alex Bregman in the 9th. He fell behind 3-0 in the count before climbing back and striking out Bregman to send the game to extras. Dylan Dingler came through with an infield single deep at shortstop to score the go-ahead run in the 10th. Spencer Torkelson expanded the lead with a 2-run single to center later in the inning to help Detroit to the win. Tigers are now 6 games below 500. They're 3-1 since against the break. Game 2 against the Cubs is tonight at 8:05. Football season is just around the corner, and the Lions will have free training camp tickets available starting at 10 a.m. this morning. Camp begins August 2nd. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. We've got a golf feud. We got Rory, we got Bryson. We want to know whose side you're on. The backstory from the British Open, the Open. DeChambeau put himself in contention over the weekend. A second round 66 that moved him to 7 under par and within a shot of the second round leader. But when his round concluded, there was some drama. See, here's the thing. Rules officials took him back to the 5th hole after reviewing the footage, and he had incorrectly improved the area around his backswing. A lengthy discussion and argument, he was addressed a 2-shot penalty and reportedly considered sitting out the remainder of the tournament. I'm going to take my golf ball and go home. Bryson DeChambeau, big following. A lot of people like him.
YouTube guy.
Someone who's not following him, not a huge fan. Rory McIlroy. This is what he had to say over the weekend. Now, Rory is a flawed messenger because he has his track record. He lost the 2024 U.S. Open to Bryson after a series of poor shots down the stretch and then just left. Didn't speak to the media, didn't address the fans, didn't handle the loss with any grace or composure, just bailed. He also has incidents in the past of grabbing a fan's phone and walking away with it. He's also been involved with unruly fans, and instead of handling it like an adult, he snapped and screamed obscenities right back at them. He had to be restrained in the 2023 Ryder Cup from going after Team USA caddies in a parking lot. So he's not a perfect messenger here, and I don't consider myself a Rory person per se, but he is right. Bryson's in the wrong here.
Oh, there's no question that he's in the wrong. Now the question is, it doesn't matter for the rule. Did he intentionally improve his backswing? Did he think he was being super sly and walking around to get as many views as possible to try and figure out how am I going to hit out of this 3-foot tall, 4-foot tall, 3rd, 4th, 5th cut, rough, whatever you want to call it, because we're not at the Masters, so we can call it anything we want.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It really, I mean, as the rule says, whether you intentionally do it or it's by accident, if you improve the lie of the ball, your backswing, you are assessed a 2-stroke penalty.
Yep.
And so I'm not a huge golf fan, and Rory is kind of an acquired taste. Bryson is certainly an acquired taste.
Yep.
Scotty Scheffler, who I really like. I think he's a class golfer. And I know he had one incident where he was arrested, did come back and play the same day.
Oops.
But I didn't send the audio, and I don't exactly know where it was, but I did hear him, and I'm going to paraphrase it. He said, "I don't think Bryson is a cheater. I've never seen him do anything that would say that he's a cheater." That's not even what Rory is saying. He's not calling him a cheater.
He's saying how he handled the penalty.
Right. It's performative. And whether it's I'm going to go out there and I'm going to stomp around and I want everybody to be saying my name so I can increase my followers, that is performative. Mm-hmm. And if that's the reason, I don't know. If he's just sitting there fighting for what he believes to be right, okay, fine. It is still somewhat performative. But the rule says whether or not you intended intention wasn't a part of this.
Yeah.
We look at, targeting in the NFL or targeting. We talk about intention. You could kind of see it. They removed that from the rule.
Right. So it's irrelevant whether
Yeah.
you meant to or not. You improved your lie.
Yeah.
You got a 2-stroke penalty. You can bitch and moan and yell and scream. You can call the president if you want. It's not going to change what the rule is or the penalty. And if you're threatening to leave the tournament, of which you're still competitive in, you are being a baby. And I say that, and it doesn't mean I'm like a Rory guy to my core. As people have pointed out, Rory is jealous of Bryson is one way of looking at this. He's popular, and this texter says Rory's nonstop whiny baby when things aren't going his way. Who is he to say this about Bryson? I just think the whole thing is hilarious.
I do too. It is. It's funny, and we're not the ones. And it's especially that it happened at the British Open.
Oh, yes.
sorry, the Open.
Snooty,
Yes.
snobby.
Is that more snooty than the Masters?
Oh yeah, pretentious would be another word for
I guess
it.
you could say it like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And I don't want to disparage. I think they're both great.
Oh,
they're
awesome.
fun to watch.
They're marquee, awesome events. If you love golf, they're marquee. But
And is
The-
it
the
just that
Open.
he broke the unwritten rules of golf as well by challenging the scorers?
well, that's part of this too. Is like, are there too many stupid rules in golf? Maybe. And I say that as a guy who's not a golf purist. Maybe there's too many stupid rules. Maybe this is a bad rule. But what are you supposed to do about it? Leave the tournament?
Well, and I'll go ahead and be completely honest, and I'll show my ignorance in regards to I didn't know that this was a rule.
Oh yeah.
And I sat there as I was watching Bryson while he was doing it, and I'm thinking like this is actually kind of brilliant, right? If I was in that situation, there's no chance I wouldn't even be able to find my ball, nor would I even take the time to look for it.
Right.
But like, okay, he's walking around like him, he might actually be able to hit this ball. And then come to find out, all right, well, I guess I wasn't so sneaky or bright. They found a way to make that against the rules.
Yep. Nothing getting past them. Here's some of the text. Rory is such a DB, and 90% of golfers at the tournament said the call was crap. He literally walks behind it for 3 seconds to get a look. It's not like he was stomping the grass behind the ball. Now, this is, I used to dislike Bryson, but then he got more likable, and now I dislike him again. Rory is a little British pompous crybaby. He's jealous of how popular Bryson is and how much he's changing the game. Team Bryson all the way. He's likable. Saying he's going to leave the tournament and being a baby was not the right way to handle it, but Rory is the last human who should talk. Rory is a 9-stop, whiny baby complainer and pouter when things don't go his way. F. Rory. Bryson was a bit of a clown, but the majority of the golfers said he should not have been penalized. Most of the commentators said the same thing. The ruling on Scotty's ball was more egregious. Rory is the biggest whiner on tour. The only thing Bryson should be banged on for was the threat of, or thinking of, calling the president over it.
I saw that last night, and I thought, ooh, that's not where I would go with that. If he wants to argue his case,
Sure.
and it causes a delay, I'm sorry, Rory, you're going to have to wait 10 minutes longer than you would for whatever it is that you want to do. I have no issue with him making the case. And eventually, hey, you protest, you lose, you move on. Like, you don't take your ball and go home. You keep playing, which he eventually did.
Yes.
But to find out that, hey, can I call President Trump in that moment? Okay, awkward
Yes.
to say the least.
Hey, you got Flo Balogun's red card overturned. Why can't he overturn his 2-stroke penalty?
Yeah, but I don't think Balogun got on the phone and said, can I call
That's true,
President
yeah.
Trump? And I don't necessarily know that anybody from the United States men's national team lobbied to have President Trump call FIFA.
Yeah, it really is the ultimate like petulant child to be like, well, mom said no, I'm going to go to dad, right? Like the world of golf says no, I'm going to find a different authority figure to take my side.
Is this just a golfer thing to do?
I don't know.
Wasn't there something about Tiger Woods? Maybe he was on the phone.
Oh, but it wasn't involving his scorecard.
No.
Yeah, he tried to do the same thing.
Yeah, hey, President
Officer?
Trump. My car.
Let's talk to the president.
My car is Upside down? Any chance you could set a tow truck?
248-539-9797. Bryson is a buffoon. Rory's a legend. Bryson deserved the penalty, acted like an ass. DJ at work. Guys, this is like Chad Ochocinco criticizing Terrell Owens for his antics. I like that. That's a good way to put it.
Yes.
We have some more feedback on the Lions. Word or phrases to describe them 1 week out. Clawback season. Okay. Rebirth. Reloaded. Questionable. One word, strategery.
Strategery.
4 words. Brad Holmes hot seat. Vinny on a pager.
Oh. I don't see that.
I think he's taking heat.
Sure.
Which is fair. See, this is the thing I think.
But I don't think his seat's hot.
No, I don't. This is the thing that kind of irks me. So people think hosts live in this world of hot takes. Like, oh, you got to be over the top. I actually think fans are more hot takey when it comes to this stuff. We offer a criticism of an athlete, a manager, a coach, a GM. It doesn't mean they should be fired. Fans will fly off the handle and do, guy needs to be fired way quicker than we will. You know what I mean? Like, Brad Holmes deserves heat and criticism. His 2024 draft is bad. The secondary right now is a legit concern that needs to be addressed, right? The offensive line waiting a year too late to get this right. Like, these are all valid criticisms of the guy. While offering them, it's not the same thing as saying his job is currently on the line.
Right. And sometimes there are things that come out of these mics that are quote unquote hot takes to generate a reaction, which that reaction generally is a hot take on the other side.
Right. But I just mean, like, I think we can do critical conversations without it instantly turning into guy needs to be fired.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think there's any world where Brad Holmes is on a hot seat.
No. I think if they were to finish last in the division again, he would enter a hot seat.
Agreed. And what would be the reasons for that? Which would be ones that we would see. Maybe he just completely, dropped the ball on the evaluation of Cade Mays,
right,
or Blake Miller. Like, and we think they're all going to be good players, but hey, I've been wrong before.
Yeah. We all will be. Okay, 248-539-9797. What we got coming up this hour? We have the $2 Slam, a chance to win $2,000 at 725. We also have a Red Wing question. We're about a week out from Yzerman's soft firing. Is this a good job or is this a bad job? We'll do a pros and cons. That's at 735. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck, maybe you want to upgrade, I want to give you a few reasons why I think a Ram truck should be at the top of that list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are phenomenal. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I'm driving a Ram, so I can tell you firsthand, for power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you got 2 options. The 420 horsepower version, that's the one I chose, or if you want the most, high output, 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? As soon as you pull off the lot, if you want to get any work done, it's not going to help you out. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just do me a favor. Go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's got the news.
Hey guys, well, if you're confused about all the mixed messages surrounding the lettuce recall, Michigan health officials say one thing hasn't changed. The recall is still in effect. So the confusion really started after the FDA announced that a lab test on lettuce linked to the whole poop parasite outbreak had produced a false positive, right? And they apologized to the supplier, Taylor Farms, saying, oh, we're sorry. Apparently they said that. But then they took that all back and said, no, we never apologized to the company. We never said we made a mistake. Anyway, it sounds like the FDA still does believe that the whole thing did originate from Taylor Farms, even though there was a false positive on their lab tests. And Taylor Farms has recalled their products, right, from grocery stores across the country. That recall is still in effect in Michigan. So what? It's all confusing.
Yes.
Be careful. Watch out for shredded lettuce is basically the thing. The Taco Bell no longer is using it. Like it's
Just eat more meat. That's what my takeaway.
Anyway.
I mean, it reads as like Taylor Farms was trying to protect their image with we got an apology. One problem.
You didn't.
And it still might be your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all want to know exactly where it came from so we can avoid it, right? But who knows? Because Michigan does remain the hardest hit state. We have over 6,000 reported cases, and it's believed that this is going to go on through at least August. So,
Oh,
Well, August is right around the corner.
it is, but
hard
it's
to
a
believe.
whole nother
We're
month.
already
You got to suffer through
August.
August. I mean,
Yeah.
not suffer through it if you have this, you're
Yeah.
going to be suffering.
yeah. How
But
long does it last?
I think it can last weeks.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I think it
the-
depends on the person.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once you evacuate, there's not
Eliminate.
much more to evacuate.
Yeah, but you could still feel rotten.
Yeah, and
Sure.
but I heard also, I swear I remember reading something how it like can really alter your like gut biome, and it can go like it's making
Yeah.
like significant changes to your
Can linger.
whatever that is. Your what is it called? A
Your
gut
gut,
biome.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounded
Yeah.
right.
All right. So
No more need for gastric
Who knows?
bypass.
oh boy. The University of Michigan says changes are coming to its athletic department after an independent investigation uncovered problems with accountability and oversight. So the university released a summary of the investigation saying that Ward Manuel failed to act quickly and effectively to allegations of wrongdoing, right, related to the relationship between Sharon Moore and a staff member. The investigation also identified structural deficiencies, weaknesses in reporting systems, concerns that some employees, student athletes were hesitant to come forward and report any issues. The summary also did highlight many strengths within the department, but the university president announced that there is going to be a series of reforms, including stronger reporting procedures, expanded mental health resources for student athletes, enhanced compliance oversight, and a review of hiring and investigative policies. And of course, the university did also confirm that Ward Manuel will step down as athletic director at the end of the year. Now, the full investigative report was not released.
Speaking of mixed messaging, whether it's the lettuce or this Michigan
yeah.
story, he's not doing the job effectively, but he can stay through the end of the year. Well, how do we decipher for ourselves if there's not even a report for us to reference? Just take our word for it.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. A person of interest has been arrested in connection to a hit and run in Royal Oak Township that left a child injured Sunday night. Investigators say a person of interest was taken into custody Monday evening, and the vehicle that he's believed to have been driving has also been seized. The juvenile pedestrian was hit on 8 Mile, remains in the hospital after being struck by the vehicle. Police say the investigation remains active and additional information will be released when it becomes available. If you'd like to have a chance to win $2,000, give us a call now.
All right.
248-539-9797. Your chance to play the $2 Grand Slam. Tom Brady's recent back and forth with WWE star Logan Paul may be leading to something bigger, maybe. So Brady is, I guess, reportedly in talks with WWE after the two have spent, several days escalating what appears to be this like storyline feud. So it started when Brady slapped Paul at this event called Fanatics Fest. And then the rivalry kind of continued at the World Cup. The two exchanged some words and middle fingers. And apparently this I don't know, the growing expectation is that Brady could make a WWE appearance.
This whole feud
Although
feels phony.
nothing
It's got to be
official.
for some payoff.
Okay, I agree. And I mean, do we? If it is a WWE, it's phony anyway.
Correct.
It seems this is a very Gronk move. Doesn't seem like a Brady move, but
Yes, some people are like enjoying it. Other people are absolutely hating it. Believe that he's like ruining his legacy by
he's
doing
not-
all of this.
He's
so.
not ruining his legacy, but that's
Just looks
ridiculous. It looks silly. I saw one person put it like this: he has reached a new level of divorced.
yeah,
Bored and looking for something to do.
yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Let's play the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, $2,000 is up for grabs if you can get 10 questions right in 60 seconds. If not, you're going to walk away with $25 for each question answered correctly.
Yeah.
We go to Bo in New Baltimore. Bo, good morning.
How's it going?
Does Bo know?
Yeah, I was going to say, we finally get to find out how much Bo knows.
Hopefully enough.
Yeah. You get 10 chances. We'll
Let's
find out.
So, you know the rules. If you want to pass, feel free. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But hopefully we can get through all 10. Let's play. Here we go, Bo. Who won the World Cup on Sunday?
Spain.
Who plays Odysseus in The Odyssey?
Matt Damon.
Who was the starting pitcher for the Tigers last night?
Flaherty.
What is the most populous city in California?
Los Angeles.
What number did John Jansen wear when he played football at Michigan?
Pass.
What is 9 times 9?
81.
What is the name of Duke's basketball arena?
Pass.
Who is the host of Survivor?
Pass.
Who is the head football coach at Wisconsin?
Pass.
What is the capital of Spain?
Madrid.
What number did John wear when he played football at Michigan?
77.
What is the name of Duke's basketball arena?
Crop Arena.
Who is the host of Survivor?
Jeff Probst.
Who is the head football coach at Wisconsin?
Luke Fickle.
This is a killer.
Got you with 9.
Oh,
Well done. Bo knows a lot.
I can't believe we got back to every one you passed on.
Yeah. And
That's rare.
Because you took a long time on, was it Duke's basketball arena?
It's the only one you missed.
That's the worst part. I should know that.
You're going
you
to know
want
it as soon as
you
we
want to take a
say it.
second stab at it?
What's that?
You want to take a second guess? We're not going to give you any more, but
Cameron Indoor.
Yeah, it's Cameron.
that would have got you $2,000.
He said Rupp. He picked at least a famous basketball arena, another
Yeah.
blue blood, gave it a shot.
Yeah.
9 is very good. That's $225.
Yeah, well done.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Bo, we'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid. Wow. You're right. The fact that he passed
He passed on
passed
4.
on
4 and got
Yeah.
back to all of them.
That
Yeah.
never happens.
I'm just glad he got number 5 right.
I know.
I know the look
It did
of
cross my-
disappointment on your
Yeah.
face when he passed. You're like, oh, come on.
It crossed my mind because he had the first 4 right. I go, what if he gets all of them but John's number?
Yeah.
Then it really just
and
comes down to
I
you
will
weren't
say,
famous
okay,
enough.
I'm not conceited enough to think that everybody knows the number I wore almost 30 years ago.
Right, but if you were more famous, more people would know.
Sure.
And then he would have won.
Yes. Or if we could just do Stoney's number exercise again.
Unbelievable.
I mean, if you made the honorable mention list of ESPN's greatest college football players to wear each number, then maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jake Long instead.
Yeah. No. So it is.
Who was the greatest 77 on that list, by the way? Do you remember?
I don't remember it offhand.
Well, sorry, then I just ruined it.
I can tell you it's not me.
We'll go through this.
Okay.
Who won the World Cup on Sunday?
The Spaniards.
Who played Odysseus in The Odyssey?
Matt Damon.
Who's the starting pitcher for the Tigers last night?
Jack Flaherty.
The most populous city in California is?
L.A.
John, what number did you wear?
77, baby.
I was wondering if he would say 77 for 9 times 9.
Yeah. Nope. 81.
He got it, 81. Cameron Indoor is where Duke plays. The host of Survivor is?
Jeff Probst.
Head coach at Wisconsin for
Luke
football
Fickle.
for now. And the capital of Spain is
Madrid.
Well, he's on the hot seat, right?
Oh, there's no question. He's on the hot seat. Yeah.
Yes, still.
Yeah, still. He was on the hot seat going into last year.
By the way, Red Grange was apparently number 77 at Illinois.
The Galloping Ghost.
Yeah. How do you compete with the Ghost?
Only one Michigan player was the best to wear his number in college football history. Do you have any guesses who it was?
Charles?
No.
No.
Old number 98.
Oh.
Tom Harmon.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was such a Greg nerd list, by the way. You sending it last night was such a Greg move.
Yeah. Well, the Tuesday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid. We thank Bo for participating and showing off that he does know a lot.
Yeah, your next chance to win will be Thursday, 7:25. All right, I think it's a fair question to ask. This Red Wing job, replacing Steve Yzerman, is this a good job or is this a bad job? It's 97.1. If you're ready to upgrade your ride, let's talk about Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, and for good reason. Stuff like this. They make the car buying process super simple. You get the best price, period, and it's on inventory that's actually available. Imagine that you should go to a car dealership and they've got the car you're looking for. It's a process that's simple. It's meant to get you on the road fast. Shop online anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. Mention they'll take care of you. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. You stayed up late last night after the delay. Tigers win in extras.
At least they made it worth it.
Yeah.
A little groggy today.
A little groggy, but a thriller. We'll get to it at 8:02. We're coming up on a week since Yzerman was soft fired. Is the Red Wing job a good job or a bad job?
Well, my initial reaction would be that it's a good job with an impatient fan base.
You think we
Well,
are impatient?
I think our patience has worn out, although we will be much more patient with a new individual making decisions going into another rebuild versus Steve Yzerman, and the patience had been completely evaporated.
I don't think this is an impatient fan base. I think we've been more than patient as a fan base.
Well, we were patient because anybody else not named Yzerman would have not been the same reaction.
So I did a little P's and C's chart, little pros and cons. On the good job category, they have the second most cap space in hockey, and they have 6 top 100 prospects. The Athletic just released that the other day. Seider and Raymond are on not good, but great contracts. Mm-hmm. And they have Dylan Larkin as a trade chip, however they choose to use it. Those are the good parts of taking this job. The bad parts, well, only one of those prospects is a top 50 prospect. No tier 1 or tier 2 prospects. That's kind of the issue. They've collected a lot of guys that aren't high-end prospects, which really makes it hard to get to the next level of this thing, which, by the way, they're in a brutal division. It doesn't seem like they're going to be making the playoffs ahead of those teams anytime soon, right? Mm-hmm. And while, okay, can I cut in line and add a big free agent? This has not been a draw for free agents and doesn't feel like it's going to be a draw for free agents anytime soon. It's a better job than when Yzerman took over. It's not saying much, but I still think this is a tough job. I would say it's a bad job more than it's a good job.
The hire will most likely determine whether it's going to be a free agent draw or not. What's the belief in whoever that hire is in terms of how they're going to go about reconstructing this roster and ultimately winning? I think that's more a factor in, is this going to be a draw for free agencies? And it might not be a draw. Well, it's not going to be a draw right now because free agency is over. Next year, what's the plan look like? And how far away do guys feel that this rebuild is?
Well, and that might be part of the issue too, is the mismatched expectations between who takes over and what the fan base is willing to accept. You don't get 10 years to make the playoffs. I know that was the sales pitch from Ken Holland, and it felt like Steve was carrying that baton. Like, I know we live here, and it's Hockey Town. It was put out on center ice all year. It was Centennial, 100-year history. We think of this place with love and admiration. That doesn't make it a good job. That alone does not make this a good job.
So I think there's one more thing that you left out of the pros and cons.
Okay.
And that it is an original 6. And
to what extent does that matter is my question.
So it goes to, what type of legacy do you want to be the guy that completely remakes the Detroit Red Wings and is seen as the savior? Now, there's risk and reward in that. The risk is you fail and it's going to be amplified because it's an original 6. But it could also be if you succeed, now you brought one of the original 6 back to glory. And you're going to be paraded around town. If you win the Stanley Cup, like the parade is going to be an honor in large part to who that new GM is.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that will just look at it and say, you know what? I want that challenge. I want to be the one that brings the Detroit Red Wings back to glory.
So you're saying, because I don't know how much Hockey Town matters to 20 and 25-year-old hockey players, because for them, they didn't really watch.
You're not hiring a 20 or 25-year-old hockey
That's what I'm saying.
player.
So the distinction is, it doesn't help you with free agents. It could help you with a 45, 55, 65-year-old person.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden, hey, you get that better individual, somebody that has that seasoning, got a little silver in their hair, that understands what it means to be an original 6 team. And now you get that guy that can attract some free agents.
Right. Okay. Because you could hire a good person,
Yeah.
but it doesn't make the job good. I guess
I
that's
think
why
this
it's
is a
still
good
tough.
job.
It's a tough job to take over.
It's a tough job. Doesn't mean it's a bad job.
Well, you have a lot working against you. You do not have as many prospects as you may think you have. You do not have high-end prospects. You do not have access to adding those kind of players overnight.
No,
You're
but I
just
think the one thing that you do have access to is Dylan Larkin, and he is going to be he's a sought-after commodity. Now, the question is, can you construct a trade that brings top 50 prospects to this organization? And then what do you do with them?
Right. I leave it to the hockey fans out there. Help us out. Maybe I missed something on the pros and cons. Do you think it's a good job? Do you think it's a bad job? We are, tomorrow's a week since Yzerman was promoted?
Yeah. I do think that whether or not, okay, well, you look at all the facts, and you did a great job of laying out the facts in terms of what type of assets they have and what you're inheriting when you come to this. The other one is the fan base. You're not going to a fan base that doesn't care about this team. This is a passionate fan base, and they are going to either support or hate you, and it's going to be determined pretty quickly. But if you can generate that support by some of the moves you make, now all of a sudden, hey, you could, again, become royalty here in Detroit if you bring this fan base a team that is, first of all, respected and then championship level.
Yeah, you're talking about opportunity. Look, if you come into this city and you actually trade for people, I mean, we've been waiting for a team to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, make some moves.
Shake things up.
Yeah.
Go to
These aren't your prospects.
No, you have no attachment to these guys. Texts and calls. Let's start with Stefan. You're on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you? John, hopefully things do better down in A squared, but just outside the box thinking of who'd be a great GM to bring in because he has a pulse on the game and can relate to kids. Brett Hull would be an excellent GM. Remember, he was the son of a Hall of Famer, and he did things absolutely different from anything that his dad did, and he could relate to a younger generation. And I think he has the wherewithal where he can walk both sides of the street and he can bring some gravitas to the locker room and say, hey, this is how we do it. Everyone pulls the rope in the same direction. You guys are the best. Keep it up, and go blue.
Do you think he would leave what he's doing right now?
What's Brett Hull currently doing? I'm not familiar.
I think he's in the front office, executive vice president of the St. Louis Blues.
Okay, so he is in a management role. I was wondering if he was even involved in management at this point. But yeah, he was with them in 2019 when they won the Cup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last time I remember him, I think he might still be recovering from that bender after the Blues won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah. That one was going to take some time.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, I don't really care if a player was a great hockey player. We just went through this with Yzerman. Brett Hull is an unbelievable hockey player. That to me is irrelevant.
Right.
The Hurricanes general manager is a spreadsheet dork. They just won the Stanley Cup. Like, I really don't care. There are plenty of people who played high-end sports that couldn't translate to coaching or management. I'm more so looking to the quality. So he talked about being able to relate and bridge the gap and pitch to players what he's building. That is important. That part of it I'd put some weight into. 248-539-9797. Texters saying, yeah, Original Six is so great. It's why our hometown player wants out.
I think he wants out because he's been here long enough and there's been nothing added, not enough added around him to go win a championship or to even make the playoffs. Let's stop talking about a championship.
Good job, great job. Good job, bad job. It's a great job bringing a mover and a shaker to build a winner. It's the coolest job on the planet, unnamed texter. Look, you may feel that
Clearly
way.
Putting his resume together for the job.
Look, you grow up in Detroit and you love hockey, you might think it's the coolest job in the world. I'm simply asking from you're taking over, you're a qualified candidate. Is this a good job or a bad job? 248-539-9797. Got some phones, got some feedback. Talk Tigers in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, your home is likely your biggest investment, as mine is. Is it working as hard as it could or should for you? Whether you're looking to lower your monthly payment, fund a major renovation, or consolidate high-interest debt, First Merchants Bank is here to help you navigate the refinance process with ease. The market's moving fast, but their local team moves faster. They offer free refinance consultations to look at your unique situation and find the best path forward. Leverage your home's equity with a team that values personal, attentive service over everything else. They've been a dependable personal partner of mine for a number of years now and a pillar of the community since 1893. And their reputation for excellence is backed by Forbes and Newsweek. Don't settle for a faceless online lender. Talk to someone local, just like I did and continue to do, who understands your goals. Start your refinance journey today with my friends at First Merchants Bank. If you want to learn more, you can find them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Is the Wings GM gig a good job or a bad job? That's our question this morning. 248-539-9797. I said it's a bad job. It's clearly a better job than when Yzerman took over, but it's still a tough spot. You're in a brutal division with a bunch of young teams that have lapped you and a couple older teams that are entrenched. Like, good luck with Tampa and Florida, but also, hey, Buffalo and Montreal and even Ottawa's ahead of us. This is the toughest division in hockey. How do you compete? Did Yzerman leave you with an elite prospect pool? Well, you have 6 top 100 guys, but only 1 in the top 50. And none of them are tier 1 or tier 2. This is from The Athletic. Mm-hmm. You're not a big free agent draw, so the cap space you do have, how do you weaponize it?
You haven't been a good free agent draw. It doesn't mean you can't be moving forward.
Well, and that gets to the allure of Hockey Town and what does it actually mean? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Travis. You're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, boys? Thanks for having me.
What's up?
So I'm thinking the clear candidate for me is going to be Brett Peterson, the Florida Panthers assistant GM. And my reason is over the last 5 years, Florida has been one of the top, I would say a top 3 to a top 2 team over that period. And I think that's the only way we get back to being Hockey Town is trying to copy success that other people have had, but doing it in the Hockey Town way.
Okay. Can you expand on it a little more? Like, what are some specifics you want to see from them?
Well, I think if you look what Florida's done, I mean, they go out, they're not afraid to make a big trade, and they're also not afraid to extend their elite stars. And I think if you bring him in, I think that would make somebody like Larkin happy, because if you bring him in, I think instantly he would do something to try to make the roster better. Now, I don't know exactly what he'd do, but I think that checks the box for me.
Yeah, they wheel and deal down in Florida. They've built that team aggressively. They had the chance to spring to get the first Tkachuk, which helped them get the second Tkachuk, and they won a couple Stanley Cups along the way.
Yeah.
They had Barkov, which was the prize of years and years of losing, and he's one of the best centers in hockey, especially playoff caliber hockey. Their defense, they built it kind of unique and aggressive, but Ekblad was a top pick. They had built a machine, and now they're able to keep their guys at discounts, and now they're able to take some bigger swings. They got the ball rolling. The Wings have the uphill climb. They got to get the boulder to the top of the hill first.
They do. I mean, there's clearly some work to do.
No kidding, yeah.
Not clearly some work. There's a lot of work to do. And so if you're looking at this just as, well, can I step in and win? Then if that's your bar, then no, it's not a great job. But you do have some assets that you can utilize. You do have the fact that it is the Detroit Red Wings, and it may not carry weight with 20 to 25-year-olds because all they know is, hey, this team, if they're 25, this team's been losing since I was 15 years old, since I've been a huge hockey fan.
Yeah, faint memories maybe of the 08 Cup.
But who you bring into that position can determine how much this could be a free agent draw.
So how long does this person get? Like, let's address the elephant in the room. You said one of the first things, this fan base is impatient. And I want to clarify. We had been patient,
yes,
grew impatient, and now we're not going to wait around forever. So how long does this new person get before we're like, hey, man, you got to be knocking on the door?
It's a hard one to answer. And somebody may say, hey, 3 years, 5 years. I don't know. I don't think it's going to, I think it's somewhere in the middle there, but it's about how he goes about his business when he gets here. Does he hold on to Todd McClellan? Because that could be something where it extends the patience level if you keep Todd McClellan. And then after a year, okay, well, you know what? Hey, it didn't work out. I learned about this team. I learned about the organization. They bring in their guy. And then does the clock start then?
Right.
First hire.
Well, there's a difference in when a guy would be fired versus when a fan base would turn on a guy.
Right, but what I'm saying is, does the general manager get a mulligan on year one?
Oh, of course. Every GM taking over a bad situation.
Your clock's not going to start until if you bring in a coach to start things off, I think the clock starts quicker for the fan base.
I mean, some of this is going to be dictated by what they do with Dylan Larkin.
Yeah.
If they keep Dylan Larkin, the expectation is like, hey, within 2 years, are you a playoff team? Because this year it'd be hard. He didn't get a true offseason, but it would be, hey, within 2 years, you got to be a playoff team. If they trade Larkin for a more futures-based return, which I think is the more likely scenario, right?
I think a minimum of 3 years.
Right.
Which hurts to say.
I know. When we say knocking on the door, what is knocking? Is that playoffs then?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in this division, how many points does that take? Are you going to have to get to 98 points?
So I tell you, you're taking over a job, and most likely you're going to have at least 3 years before your playoff team.
But that in of itself doesn't make it a bad job because, the good jobs don't become available.
Right.
You don't walk into a situation with a superstar and you're like, oh, okay, hey, well, we're Stanley Cup contenders now. That would be the ideal job. Mm-hmm. But you take over jobs
I'll put it this way.
in organizations that have faltered.
About this, what's the better job? Toronto hired a GM this offseason. They have Austin Matthews. They had the number 1 pick in the draft. That's a better job than Detroit. That's in this division. They have the same challenges we do. That's a better job. That's a bad team. That's a better job than ours.
Yes, because you're inheriting a superstar.
That's my point, though, is there are situations where you don't just walk into Connor McDavid, but you take over a bad team, and it's still an exciting job with upside. The Wings, you're not at ground zero.
But you're talking about that organization. Did they make the right hire at GM?
Oh, they
one
might
that
not have.
would have excited the fan base versus create controversy amongst the fan base.
It's a hotly debated hire. I'm not saying they got the hire right. I'm simply just saying the job itself. 248-539-9797. Tex says it's not a desirable job because Yzerman is still in the building. He needs to be completely gone. I have a feeling he's transitioning out. This is what they did to Ken Holland. The promotion, which is 1 foot out the door, he'll be gone. Another text says the new GM has the benefit that Yzerman didn't. Time. He can start a mini rebuild. The fans will have more patience than they did with Steve at the end. This is one of the best jobs to walk into maybe of all time. Really? That's a text we just got. It says no top 50 prospects. Depends where you look. Some give us 4 in the top 50. I had 1 from The Athletic. Axel Sandin Pellikka checks in at like 47. It's not my list. It's one of the more relevant publications.
Yeah.
Says Yzerman was the fall guy. I don't think he was at fault. This is a Chris Ilitch thing. I don't know why we get these calls, and it's. I don't even want to be the guy that defends Chris Ilitch. I really don't. But I don't know how it's his fault. They've spent near the cap in this Yzerman stretch, and they just haven't been very good because Yzerman didn't make good decisions. Salary cap sport, they've been within $1 million or $2 million of the cap during the Yzerman tenure. It's not been, Chris has been sitting on $20 million every year he won't spend on his hockey team. I'm not even trying to go to bat for ownership. I just think that's such a misguided opinion.
Right. Ownership they're in place to hire people that know what they're doing. He thought he had.
All right, 8 o'clock hour. How often do you eat in your car? This feels like a sad cry for help. We'll do that at 8:35. Talk Tiger baseball next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers were on the brink of blowing a 4-run lead against the Cubs last night as Ian Happ tied the game in the 8th inning with a 2-run homer. In the 9th, Chicago loaded the bases for Alex Bregman, who got ahead 3 balls and no strikes on Kenley Jansen before the Tigers pitcher battled back for a strikeout to force extra innings. In the 10th, tied at 5-5, Dylan Dingler scored a run on an infield single to make it 6-5. Then Spencer Torkelson came to bat with the bases loaded and nobody out. That would be enough as the Tigers would go on to win 8-6 as Tyler Holton earned the save in the bottom of the 10th. Dylan Dingler said it felt like the playoffs at Wrigley last night. Tigers are now 6 below 500 and 4.5 back in the wild card race. Game 2 in Chicago is at 8:05 tonight here on 97.1. Fans can secure tickets to Lions training camp practices starting at 10 a.m. today. Tickets are available for free online. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Dylan Dingler said playoff-like atmosphere. A thriller in extras. Tigers beat the Cubs. 10 innings. This is their biggest test before the deadline. Gleyber Torres comes back. He had a couple hits, drew a couple walks. Dingler and Green each drove in 3 runs. And how about this for some poetic justice? Alex Bregman, bases loaded in the 9th, strikes out. Spencer Torkelson, bases loaded in the 10th, drives in 2. Just as we all said, you'd rather have Torque in a big spot than Alex Bregman. Yes. Because there's a very different tone to the show if those go the opposite way. But the Tigers found a way and they won the game. They had to go all the way to extras to do it, but they won.
I don't care how many it takes. Just get the dub.
What do you think? What does that do to people's emotions as we get closer to the deadline? Because A.J. Hinch acknowledged it. Like, we're well aware that every single game is like a referendum on what we're going to do with Tarek Skubal. The quote was, we know what's ahead. We know what the conversation around our team is. Tarek's in the news every day because someone has a dream trade to make up, yet we have a game to win that night. It's certainly on their mind.
Yeah, there's no question it's on their mind, as it should be. It's you make your bed and you've got to lie in it. And the month of May is something that they are going to have to deal with throughout the rest of the season because they dug them such a hole. Now all of a sudden, hey, June started to dig out a little bit. July, continuing to try and dig out. They're 6 back of 500 right now. And different landmarks, just get back to 500. Then we could start taking you seriously.
Right. And now they're what, 6 under?
6 under. And will they be back to 500 by the trade deadline? They probably won't be. We'll see how they do. And I think this is, I used this term yesterday. I used it again earlier this morning, a litmus test against a good Chicago Cubs team, a team that is in the market for Tarek Skubal. And so if you can go to Chicago and win the series, I'm not asking you to sweep them. I'm just saying win the series. Then you got 4 games against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Now that one, I would say, hey, bad teams win games all the time, but 3 out of 4 in that one,
right?
Maybe 4 out of 4.
Baltimore, who by the way is dealing with Boston right now, who's won 14 in a row. Baltimore, another team in this wild card mix they're going to face before the deadline, and then it's the A's, right? That's the last series before the deadline. We're inside of 2 weeks. Look, I think there is a feeling just in taking phone calls and reading texts in the last few days here, and even this morning. There's a bit of a, oh well, they won, but it's not going to lead to anything. Like, do you feel a little bit of that from fans? Like, okay, yeah, they beat the Cubs. Oh well, it's not going to lead to anything. They better not keep Skubal.
Yes, I think there's a lot of that, and there are a lot as well on the other side of, hey, we started this season off expecting to make a run at the postseason and making a run in the postseason. So it's a long season. We hear it from AJ all the time. It's a long season.
Yeah. I guess where I'm at with it is they're going to keep Skubal. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure of it. I disagree with it. It's not my baseball team to run. I'm just a fan. Well, as a fan, if you're going to keep him, you may as well make it worth it. You know, that's kind of the conclusion I've reached. I'm trying to wrestle with what I think is the wrong decision for them. But if they're going to make the wrong decision, you better make it right. So that means keeping him, better not miss the playoffs. So you better win these games.
Yeah.
If you're keeping him, you better get to the trade deadline at or near 500, and you better add to this team. And it can't just be, hey, Gleyber Torres is our addition. Javi's our addition. Javier. Job will be our addition. Hey, I hope those guys come back and contribute, but make it worth it. Make it the right call. Make keeping Skubal the right call. Because I don't think it is, and you don't think it is, and many of our listeners don't think it is. Make it the right call. By winning and adding and making this fun. Make it worth our time. If you're going to drag yourselves from the depths of the month of May, and you're going to do what you did in June and most of now July, make it worth it for us. That's the best way I can describe my emotions with this baseball team. I can't dictate whether they're going to trade Skubal. So
We're just along for the ride.
Just don't screw it up.
Yes.
Just don't screw it up.
That kind of is what it feels like. And don't tease us.
Yeah.
Don't tease us with, okay, you win in extra innings, and tease us with Torres and McGonigal and Dingler and then and Green. Like the lineup is starting to get longer. Don't tease us with, well, we're not going to trade Tarek Skubal. We're not also going to go and make this team any better at the trade deadline. We made this investment, but we're not. That's the amount we're willing to spend.
I think another factor to judge is going to be, and I heard Doug talking about this at the end of last week. I think there's going to be more buyers than sellers. That there's only a few teams that are definitive sellers because of the clustering right now in the American League. It's going to make buying harder, which is a fear I have that they're just not going to be able to do it effectively, especially after watching what they did a year ago at the trade deadline.
Well, I mean, if you have the assets, you've got some prospects. Either use them, poop, or get off the pot.
Yeah, but if you trade them, they could come back to haunt you. Look, I'm not asking them to trade Max Clark for a rental. Let's get out in front of this because people do these weird bad faith arguments. No, they're not. They should not trade Bryce Rainier or Max Clark for rental players.
No.
Of course not. They shouldn't trade Bersenio for a guy who can play 50 games of first base when he looks like he could play hundreds of games at first base moving forward. I'm not asking for a reckless trade. Nobody is. Even last year we weren't.
Hey, did you see Bersenio? He comes back and hits a grand slam.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, okay. But I don't think you have to give up those guys if you're talking about rental players. Now, if you're talking about a guy that's got another year on his contract or you've got team control, yeah, you're going to have to enter that conversation.
If you want to, and I don't know why this has come up, but I've heard it. I think Gator might have brought up with Mark Ryan when they were together last week. Mason Miller. Yeah, if you're going to get a player with 3 years of club control who's the best relief pitcher in baseball, you're going to give top 100 prospects. They gave up the number 1 or number 2 prospect in all of baseball to get him the previous year.
Right.
But that's different. You don't have to go get Mason Miller. 248-539-9797. Texts from you guys. Now that Torres is back, we can be done starting Zach. 194 average McKinstry. Says, nice 10th inning at bat, bases loaded, nobody out, his usual strikeout. That's from Art in center line. And that's all-star Zach McKinstry to you.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with Veerling.
Yeah.
All right? I mean,
those
that's
guys
why
get
you
weeded
walk
out.
McGonigal, so you get the Veerling.
But his point is you can weed out those guys as you get healthier and make additions.
Yes.
I have no grand illusions of a deep playoff run or a Skubal haul. At this point, I'm just happy we get the opportunity to watch an entertaining game like last night. That was an entertaining game.
It was.
Started late, but they started early with home runs. Built up a 4-0 lead, then it was 4-3.
Yeah.
Then I passed out, woke up, and caught up.
And
It's a hell of a finish.
Make it fun.
Yeah.
Make it exciting. And if you're going to make it fun, make it exciting, it's not just keeping Skubal. It's making this lineup longer, making yourself harder to play against.
If they could take 2 or 3 against the Cubs, they can take 2 of 3 from the Cubs, and it's not going to matter because the problem is we're not making up any ground because the teams ahead of us are also winning. Well, that's the thing. We had said all along, don't worry about games back, worry about 500 because 500 is roughly where you want to be. It puts you in a position to make the playoffs. They did make ground towards being a 500 team. They're only 6 back of that. But in terms of the standings, everybody likes to look at the standings in the morning. The Red Sox have won 14 in a row. 500 is not good enough to make the playoffs today. The Red Sox winning canceled out the Tigers winning, and they actually didn't make up any ground on the final playoff spot.
No, but you don't have to make the playoffs today.
Correct.
You don't have to make the playoffs tomorrow. There's still a lot of season left.
And I have this bold opinion that Boston will lose another baseball game.
It doesn't feel like it.
I know. They're kind of living in this charm, bizarro world life.
Yeah.
Every night is a win, 2 straight weeks. But I have a sneaking suspicion Boston will lose another baseball game this year.
Yeah, and when they do, that's where you need to be consistently winning games. You need to be a consistent winner. You win series. We had a text yesterday that I found a little bit bizarre. If you win every series except for 2 from here to the end of the season, you're gonna be in the playoffs. Okay, that would be ideal. Hell, why not just say win every series?
Yeah, it was weird the distinction. He's like, but 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, which two are you choosing?
Hey, here's the thing. I did the math, John. If they win a lot of games,
Yeah.
they'll end up with a lot of wins. 248-539-9797. All right, we have the Tigers in the mix. We start the hour with some baseball. I want to know what last night did for you as a Tigers fan as we approach the trade deadline, and it's on everybody's mind. We're also a week out from football. 1 week till the vets get to camp for the Lions.
It is exciting.
Now, for you at this time of year, do you still get like the itch?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's...
Even like to report to camp?
Oh, yeah. So reporting to camp, from my perspective, I'm not saying this is the general perspective. There's a lot of guys that dreaded it. For me, it was going to camp, hanging out with some of my best friends, playing football. Now, okay, yeah, it's hot and sweaty and you get headaches and but it's hanging out with your best buddies, playing football, getting paid money to do it, playing a kid's game. So yeah, I miss it. I miss it every day. I miss playing. I miss the paychecks. I miss everything about it. I miss the competition. So it's a kind of a mixed bag because I am excited in this stage of my life to get to football season, but I'm also a little bit depressed every time, whether it's the Redskins, Commanders, whatever you're going to call them.
We're going to cancel you.
Or it's the Lions, the teams that I played for. When they report, I'm a little bit disappointed because I'm not invited to the party anymore.
Well, we'll be out of training camp, but it's going to be a minute.
It's not the same. So when we get out to training camp, right, one of the things I look forward to is my old friend who is old as well as I'm old. He's walking around getting ready for meetings. He's trying to wake up. That's Mark Brunell, the quarterback coach. And so he shouts out, "Hey, John. Hey, Mark. Remember the good old days?" You guys are there when it happens.
I know, it's kind of fun to see. But we want to know from Lions fans, because we're going to work a little football in this hour. Why not? We're a week out. Do you have one word or one phrase to describe how you feel as a Lions fan 1 week out from training camp? Because I sense a variety of opinions.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about it next. 97.1.
Hey, if your AC struggling to keep up in the summer heat, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home, and I know they'll do the same for yours. Right now, they're running an amazing special. You get an AC tune-up for only $79. When it comes to service, they're going to get to you faster than anyone else can or will. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Jansen
Coming through again.
strikes out Bregman. Tigers win.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, I said I was in this weird conflicted place. I want them to win. I don't think they're going to make the right decision. They need to make it the right decision by winning and adding and going on a run here. Taking care of business against the Cubs last night was a fun game, especially if you stayed up late for it. We're a week out from training camp. What's one word or one phrase you would use to describe how you're feeling about our football team?
Mine would be the perfect storm. Now, let me explain. I say the perfect storm because this is a season where you have a lot of parts that are new in some very key positions and some unknowns. Take the offensive line, which we knew going into last year with the retirement of Frank Ragnow, Graham Glasgow playing center, it wasn't going to be that same offensive line, and it never developed. In fact, it got worse throughout the course of the year. This year, they moved Penei Sewell over to left. That's an improvement over Taylor Decker. Blake Miller, not an improvement over Penei Sewell, but together, it may be a better tackle tandem. It's going to take a little time to develop Blake Miller into the tackle that he's going to be, and it's not even what he's going to be in 3-4 years, what he'll be this year. Cade Mays, new signal caller up front, going to have to get on the same page as your quarterback, going to have to get everybody on the same page, TBD at left guard, so there's going to be some development that has to happen. Dan has said, yeah, we'll play these guys a little bit in the preseason, more than we have in the past, but it's going to take some time throughout the course of the year. Defensive backfield, all right? It's going to take some time. We don't know at all what Kirby Joseph is going to be. Brian Branch, when will he be available? This is a schedule, last place schedule, where you start with New Orleans. Week 3, you got the Jets. You've got Carolina, Arizona. That's your first 5. Now, obviously, I skipped over the Bills. That's going to be a good, we use the Cubs right now as a litmus test. That's going to be a good litmus test. It's the first game in Highmark Stadium. There's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance. Primetime game. So is the Carolina game. It gives this team a chance to test themselves early against the Bills, but to also rack up some wins when they're not playing their best football. I don't expect them to be as good against New Orleans or the Jets or against Arizona as they will be in week 10 or 11.
Or how about the end of the year? 3 of the last 4 games are road divisional games.
It's the storm of what is the NFL season, where it's kind of laid out perfectly, where you get a chance to learn more about yourself against Buffalo than maybe any other team on this schedule. And defensively, I think that's really where you're going to learn a lot about this team. What are they going to be defensively? How can they pressure, and how can they keep Josh Allen in the pocket? How can they minimize what he can do? Those lessons, not all of them are going to be great. You can learn from those and use it when you're playing Jordan Love at home and you come out of that bye week. It's also Brian Branch. I mentioned him. If he starts the season on the pup, which I fully expect him to do, when will he be eligible to play?
Right around that bye week.
Week 5. You play Arizona. It's on the road. Now, if he gets some reps in that game, he's got 2 weeks to recover, 2 weeks to get his legs back underneath him. The Lions get a chance to use him a little bit in practice leading up to it, but then see what he can do. And I think that's where I would target his return.
You say perfect storm.
Yeah.
when we talk about the Lions, I still feel like there's a residual dread from last year. They finished last in the division. It was underwhelming. The offensive line crumbled and they collapsed. I still feel a residual negativity when we talk about the Lions, and I want to get that taste out of our mouth. To me, it's palate cleanse. If Dan Campbell says strictly business, I like hearing it because it feels like more of who they had been. That gritty, tough, physical football team that fell apart a year ago, it could easily be diagnosed. It was an offensive line issue. We were shouting it from the midpoint of the season. The offensive line had taken steps backwards. So what do? Cade Mays is the big free agent. Their first round pick is a tackle. That's 2 big investments on the offensive line. Well, suddenly that lets them get back to the identity that they lost. Run the ball, play action pass. Goff's a maestro with that. More than your average quarterback. He thrives in play action. And then what does that do? I can get to 3rd down and 4th down and red zone and finish more of those drives. I can possess the ball and help my defense. I can put up 7s instead of punting or kicking field goals. I really think this is a bounce back year for the Lions. And maybe it is because of what you said, a perfect storm, where they can get right at their own pace with a favorable schedule, win this division, host playoff games again. I feel like it's a bounce back year, but to do it, that will get the taste out of our mouth of last year. I'm looking forward to this year as a palate cleanse because I don't feel like the doom of last year is going to carry over to this year. But they got to do it because otherwise we're going to keep getting these calls from people who are rightly concerned and have questions. 248-539-9797. How about these responses? A made-up word, John. Skeptimistic. Oh. That's Vern. Skeptimistic is his word for the Lions.
Thanks, Vern.
For the Lions, it's show me. I think the offense is great. I think our defense is good enough and the schedule's easy. It's just a wait and see with the new OC and how it looks on the field. Fun take, huh? That's Sam in Grand Rapids. It's a very let it play out take. One word, worried. Players get hurt in training camp every year. Our secondary is already dismantled, and I'm worried if a starter gets hurt in another position, receiver, linebacker, D-line, quarterback, the season could be done, Todd in Howell. All right, we'll keep taking some feedback on this. Your word, your phrase, talking about the Lions ahead of training camp 1 week away. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So a viral moment from Wrigley Field is sparking like a debate online after a Chicago Cubs fan got physical with another fan during the national anthem. So it happened the other night. There was a young guy in the crowd that didn't stand for the anthem, remained in his seat, and an older man who was directly behind him was, leaning over and telling him, hey, stand up, stand up, stand up. Well, when the guy still wouldn't stand up, the older man reached forward and smacked him in the back of the head, right? And that's when the younger fan then looked backwards, stood up, and remained standing for the rest of the national anthem. Well, video of the incident spread online, spread on social media. Some people are now defending the older man's actions, and others are kind of saying, hey, it's never right to put your hands on somebody else over their decision to remain seated. So that's going viral. No police report or anything has been filed, but apparently everyone is aware of it.
Yeah, look,
I saw the video.
I saw the video too. You got a thought on it?
Do you see the video?
I didn't see the video, but
It's just like one of those, just smacked him against the head.
it's just unnecessary.
Yeah, there's no reason to put your hands on somebody.
Yeah,
No.
look, I stand every time for the national anthem, but you can't force people to stand up. They have the freedom to choose whether they want to or not.
Right.
The investigation into the Michigan Athletic Department found athletic director Ward Manuel failed to quickly and effectively act on allegations of wrongdoing within the department. So the university released a summary of the findings, which highlighted many strengths within the department, but also identified multiple areas that need improvement. And the university president called the findings unacceptable, announced a series of reforms, including stronger reporting procedures, enhanced compliance oversight, review of hiring and investigative policies, and a whole lot more. You could go online and look at everything if you'd like. They did not release any of the actual findings. It was just the summary.
Which many are calling for them to do because it's mixed messaging. It's very awkwardly reported.
Yeah.
And I get it. The reporters are only going off of what they've been exposed to. But on one hand, you have, Ward, he was good at this, but he also fell short over here. He's going to be our AD today and tomorrow and for football season, but then immediately vacate the premises. You are not welcome. It's a very mixed message.
It is. Tom Brady is reportedly having ongoing talks with the WWE about a possible match, most likely with Logan Paul. So they've been taking like pot shots at each other all year, and Brady literally slapped him the other day. And they've been trading, verbal shots for months. There was the rivalry continued at the World Cup. They flipped each other off, and so it's been ongoing. TMZ says that there is indeed ongoing talks between Brady and the WWE, but no official deal has been announced.
Like, we're see through this, right? This is like phony. It's to set up something. So this
Sure,
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Because I saw the videos before this WWE connection.
Yeah.
And I'm going, why are they flipping each other off at the World Cup? This looks staged. This doesn't look
It's
genuine.
all staged. Especially when and then throw in their WWE, throw in Logan Paul, throw in WWE. Now you throw in Tom. It's all staged.
Yeah.
So there's a new study that reveals more Americans than ever are regularly eating meals in their car. So listen to this. 53% of Americans eat in their car at least once a week. And experts say it's a sign of how busy modern life has become. So the survey found that the biggest reason people eat in their car is that they're short on time, followed by convenience. Others say it's one of the few places they can get a little peace and quiet, or simply eat by themselves. Most people, 53%, still do prefer to eat, at a kitchen table. But about a third say they actually enjoy eating in their vehicle. And Gen Z really leads this trend, averaging nearly 4 meals a week in their car, with pizza, sandwiches, and burgers and fruit being the most popular foods they're eating. Obviously, it's then followed by millennials, Gen Xers, and whatever, the boomers after that.
So it skews younger.
It does.
The stat I saw, Gen Z eating nearly 4 meals per week in their car. And I
Yep.
want to draw the line at meals. This is not, I'm stealing a French fry from the bag.
No, they're
or eating a
eating-
granola bar.
yeah.
This is, I'm parking the car, sitting in solitude, and eating a meal.
Oh, I don't necessarily think you have to park the car.
Well, you don't have to, but I'm picturing like, I ordered the food at the restaurant,
Yeah.
and I'm going to go sit out in the parking lot and eat and sit in solitude.
Yeah, there's a psychologist in this article that says that the car has become the modern break room where people temporarily escape from life stresses, and they say food is the reward and the solitude is the luxury.
See, this felt like a cry for help for me.
It's I mean 4 times a week.
That's a lot.
Unless it's I'm grabbing breakfast on the way to work.
Sure, that's different.
That's part of your routine. But yeah, that could be up to 5 times a week. How's that different?
I'm picturing like a granola bar. Like, you got a granola bar, a protein bar.
I don't know what kind of breakfast you eat.
To me,
I'm not doing
that's-
pancakes and eggs.
You're not. That's not a meal. That's like a snack.
Yeah,
but you
to
could
me.
get a couple big griddles, some hash browns, and a coffee, and eat them on your way to work. That's
a meal.
Yeah,
Okay. This
But I wouldn't do that.
you wouldn't.
No.
Well, I mean, okay, health wise, no.
Oh no, I'm not talking health wise. Just
but
I would not. I would eat it at work.
Okay,
really?
But,
Yeah.
let's break down the psychology of this a little more. Like, and I'm curious from people, how often are you eating in your car? Because when I see 4 times a week, I do think that's a cry for help. I mean, what's going on, Gen Z? Are we not comfortable? Do we not have the time? I get it.
Well,
Life's hard.
They're also not, interacting with people as much. They're
right,
they're
yeah.
on their phone.
Well, if I
They-
go
yeah,
in the restaurant, I'm gonna have to talk to someone. That's the issue.
The horror.
That's part of the issue.
Well, I think that is okay. Anyway, we'll keep the conversation rolling. It's 97.1. Tigers are the winning extra innings last night. Look, I know our workplace is atypical, but I'm just trying to picture like one of the guys from the middays or afternoons got lunch and then they walked out to their car and sat in their car and ate lunch. I'd go, that's weird. It's a cry for help. When I hear that Gen Z is doing 4 meals a week in solitude in their car,
Yeah, but
I'm
I
wondering,
think
because I think food is like you enjoy it. It's communal.
I think your original example is a little flawed. I don't think anybody orders DoorDash, takes it, and then goes sits in their car.
No different than getting McDonald's and walking in the car and sitting there. Or bringing your lunch to work and then walking out to your car and eating it there.
Yeah, but I don't think people are eating it sitting in their car.
They
Maybe
are.
some are. No, I think a lot of people are eating it driving to their next appointment.
no.
I don't think it's all like that. Like, I think, yes, that is happening. You're getting takeout or you're grabbing a quick whatever at Tim Hortons or whatnot.
Yeah, sure.
And you're eating it while you go to your destination. But I do think this article is meaning there's people who just go sit in their car to eat.
In
Like, while it's
solitude.
parked, leaving the workplace, calling it like the break room, right? Like,
Yeah.
to get away from what's going on.
Yeah, just removing themselves from the situation
it's
to get a
not-
quiet moment.
It's not all just driving.
Yeah.
To and from.
I mean, it's a portion of it. It's also interesting how this is generational.
I get that, though.
But it's the least social, the antisocial generation that says eating food around other people, having to talk to other people while I enjoy a meal, my skin, it bristles. I need to go sit in my car alone.
But I also think the way meals are, like, things are changing in the household with sports and activities. Like, when I was little, you ate dinner together every single night.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you do. You sit down with the family. And then suddenly, when I got older, right, like there was more sports, and sports have changed and how involved they
Sure.
are. And then kids are all over, and we couldn't sit down as a family because everyone's in sports and activities and clubs, and it's more like that now than ever, and it's not as much a family sit-down meal.
right.
So
and
that's changed too.
so this is how it operates in our house because
Yeah, you have a lot.
Jack and
Going
Ellie are
on.
both in baseball, football, softball. Like, they're always going some places, and it's a rarity that both of them are home to sit down and have dinner with us. In fact, it's
Right.
more frequent that neither of them are home, but we still eat dinner at home together. And it's usually me, Lisa, Teddy, and during the summer, it could be, add in Lucy, add in Ruby. But we then take after dinner and package a plate for the kids so that they're not eating. Certainly, I'm not going to allow my teen drivers to eat while they're driving, but they get a chance to then eat a home-cooked meal when they get home. I don't know that those are necessarily any of these individuals that we're talking about here. It is the college and young professionals
Yes.
Yeah.
that are eating in their
Yes.
car.
Gen Z nearly 4 meals in their car per week.
Yeah.
But if
Millennials
it's,
only slightly behind that.
I can understand it for those that are. I'm gonna eat my breakfast on the way to work. And your example of pancakes and syrup and all this, no, it's not that. It's a couple of breakfast burritos, or one, depending on how much you eat, and a cup of coffee while I'm driving my 20 minutes to work. Or it's on the way home. I know that we got a lot going on. I'm running late. I'm going to grab a burger and fries and eat it on my way home. That's how I see
but
this. And
it's-
then when you say it's 4 times a week, I can understand that.
You can see how it adds up. But when you say get a burger, like if I'm going out and I'm bringing it home and eating it at home.
I agree.
Not in the car.
Oh no, you can't. The fries will not be as good as they are hot. They sit in a paper bag and they get soggy. You need to eat them instantly.
I get like grabbing a couple fries.
Yeah.
But to me, eating in the car, I feel like you don't enjoy the food as much. I don't. The only time I really eat a meal in the car is on a long trip. Otherwise,
that
because
would
I just
generally be
feel
when
like
I would do it too.
I like to I want a plate, or like if it's not a plate, I want to set my food down and like actually enjoy it.
That's why you have a
I
center
want
console.
the dip. No, it's so like you got to eat it out of the wrapper. It's easy to drip things. Like you're just trying to eat it to get it eaten within your 20-minute drive. I would rather get my food, my takeout,
How
and
long does
eat
it
it
take you to eat a meal?
at my desk or in the break room or at a table. Just at a table. I just don't like eating in the car. It's not easy. It's awkward.
It is. But again, if if I'm going somewhere, say I'm taking Teddy and Jack to a baseball game, this happens frequently, and I want to pick up something to eat, and I don't want to get to the field and eat it because I need my hands to carry the chairs. I got to get Teddy managed. I'm going to eat it on the way there. Plus, like I said, if you order a burger and fries, the burger will be fine whether you eat it now or later. But the fries aren't the same when you get there. So I want to eat it
fries are
now,
a side.
but then I also want to, while I'm eating the burger or while eating my fries, I want to have my burger as well.
Do you eat your fries with, you don't eat fries with like ketchup or dip or anything? Like, so
No.
I do, and that's hard to do when you've got a dip pack in your like cup holder or
If
you're
you
like
have good fries, you
using
don't need.
I love
I know you
ketchup.
love your ketchup. Yes, I'm a mustard guy, but I can. If you get
That's
Five Guys
tough.
fries, I don't need. Or if you get Culver's fries, I don't need to dip them.
But
They're
I'd
just
prefer-
good how they
I
are.
would guess most people
I'd
dip their
prefer-
fries in something.
Chances are I'll put a little more salt on it.
Right, but if most people dip their fries in something, I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
Driving while trying to dip your fries is an obstacle course then. Yes?
Sure. Yes.
It doesn't have to be though. Like in my truck, I've got a big center console. I could set everything there and be able to dip. I
You
can.
slam on your brakes and the ketchup goes flying all over now your center console. It's
just if you're a bad driver, that's your problem, not mine.
but if the car in front of you is a bad driver and you have to slam on your brakes because they're a bad driver,
Why are you following that close?
I also
you
think
know what I'm trying to say, John.
It is a possibility that your ketchup could go flying.
But I also think you're dwelling on the driving aspect of this. I think this story is actually much more about people who are choosing to sit in a parked car and eat their food there. That is more of the dynamic I think we're seeing in society. And I also think you see it in like these influencer videos when they review food.
Oh yeah, that was actually in the article about.
was it?
Yes, about influencers eating their food in the car and posting videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to order it from a restaurant and then sit in their parking lot
Oh, no, that happens.
to eat it. I would just go in.
Yes. Okay.
I'll pre-order so it's ready when I get there.
Yeah. But this is, I think people are trying to remove themselves from society when they eat.
Yeah.
More and more, younger and younger. That's how I took this story.
How many times do you eat in the car in a week? I'm going to ask our listeners that, 248-539-9797. And are you one of those individuals that you'll order from wherever it is, doesn't matter, or you even prepare it, and then you drive somewhere or you just simply leave the office to sit in your car to eat?
Yeah, that's who this story is about. We want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. In a week, 0 to
Zero?
1, depending on what we count a meal. I'm counting a meal. There's multiple, like not a sandwich grab and go.
Right, burger, fries, a couple pieces of pizza.
Yeah, there's multiple things at play here. I want a surface, like Heather said, to eat it off
Yeah.
of. 248-539-9797. A table would be ideal. We got pages of responses. We got spots on the phones. We'll talk a little Red Wings hockey in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
I'm going to add one of the reasons why you should be thinking about a Ram truck this month. It should be right there at the top of your list. And one is a great center console so you can eat
Put your ketchup on
while
it.
you drive. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are exceptional. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram. I'm driving one right now. It's very easy to eat out of. For power, there's no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got two choices if you want the Hurricane engine, which I love. The 420 horsepower version, that's mine, and the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Can't pass, can't tow, can't work, can't play. Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, I promise you, just go sit in one. You'll see that center console. You'll see all the places that you could put that ketchup. You're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull in your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
All right, people. How often are you eating meals in your car? Study out that said 53% of people eat at least one meal in their car per week. Gen Z, nearly 4 meals per week in their car. Let's get to the phones. We got texts. Let's go to Josh in Farmington Hills. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How you doing?
John, what's up?
Yeah, doing great. I'd say that I eat 5 times a week in my car for lunch.
Okay, are you eating while you're driving, or you're just going out for some solitude and you're eating in your car, like in the parking lot?
Yeah, I just get my food, park, usually put on a podcast or watch the news. Yeah.
Does your office have a break room, or do you have a desk?
We have a break room, but it really isn't that nice. So it's just larger. It's just kind of a chance to get away.
Yeah.
And as far as like counter space, I bought like even a little tray that attaches to your steering wheel to give you more kind of like counter space in your car to eat.
See, Heather?
Like an airplane tray table? Look at that.
Yeah, it's like a tray table. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. It elevates the experience
See, he
a little
doesn't
bit, yeah.
I think this is going to be a common theme. They either don't have a break room, or the break room's kind of like old and outdated and no one uses it.
And it
it's
is
sad.
a chance to
Yeah.
turn your podcast up or the radio and listen to something you want without interrupting others in the break room,
Right?
Sure. Yeah.
I guess.
When my older kids were younger, there would be times where I would just leave the house because I needed some silence.
Sure.
I would go get myself a burger or something, around a mealtime, and I would eat in the car, generally driving back.
Sure.
And it was just a little respite from the noise.
I mean, I get that. We all spend with
Yeah.
kids a little bit longer
It's funny,
in the bathroom.
we were
and
mentioning that
things like
the,
just to have more peace and quiet for a
You were
couple
mentioning
extra-
the ketchup going sliding.
Yeah.
Lucy and Ellie were in the car this
Okay.
morning listening, and Lucy sent me the portable dip clip in-car sauce cup holder.
Stop it. Portable dip clip.
Yes, and it attaches to your vent, and it could be either the vertical or horizontal vent that you could put the sauce container in so that if you are trailing behind someone, maybe too close, but they slam on their brakes, your ketchup's not going to go sliding.
Stop it. Look at these. They actually can hold fries and the dip.
Yeah, that way, in case one of the fries accidentally falls out, maybe it gets caught by the dip, and you don't even have to, it dips itself.
God.
I didn't even know these existed.
I didn't
I
know
didn't
that
either.
the tray table existed.
Now, we've stumbled onto something here because this is surprising to us, some of the numbers. It is not surprising to our listeners. This is like normal.
Really? Do you think
Yeah,
it's because
I'm-
we work in a non-normal environment?
I'm sure that's part of it.
But again, if you're sitting in your car by yourself eating and the car is stationary, I can understand it. It's just not something I've ever done. But if you're eating breakfast on the way to work because the commute is 20 or 30 minutes,
Yeah, I get that. I actually
it's a
do
time
get
saver.
that more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Text says, eat lunch in my car 3 times a week. If you sit at your desk, it's an invitation to work or be available. The car lets me eat in peace. I can listen to you guys and not be bothered. That's from Tim.
There you go.
It says, I eat my lunch in the office, but then I go to my car to relax for whatever time I have during lunch. It started with COVID, staying away from others as much as possible. That's from a Gen X, Jamie in
Okay.
Troy.
Interesting. I can get behind it more, I guess, with the tray. I want somewhere to set my food. Like, I feel like I just don't enjoy food when it's all over and I'm holding it in a napkin and I'm just consuming it to finish eating. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of want to enjoy, and I feel like I enjoy food more when it's like presented nicely,
Yeah.
laid out on a table.
And I guess some of it is, I mentioned this, like the center console. The one in my truck is, and I've kind of always had this, where it's a wider console and it does
It is.
make it easier to set your burger down, maybe a slice of pizza. I've got my drink in the cup holder. The other cup holder will hold the fries.
These are awesome. I keep looking at these dip
I
holders.
know. The dip holder, the portable dip clip in-car sauce cup holder. They're amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Says, It's depending on the job type, too. I work in a warehouse. It's loud with machines running all day. It's obnoxious banter all day. Why is it antisocial for me to have a quiet half hour to myself? You guys sound insanely out of touch.
Oh, no.
It's not. It's to me, it's in the car. Like, I think it would be okay to be like, I'm going to get away from all this noise and I'm going to go sit at a picnic table. Like, I eating outside at a picnic table sounds amazing to me. Sitting
Yes.
in my car in this tight little cramped space. Maybe it's the type of car I'm in. I don't know. It's small. Like, where am I putting everything?
But if the
It seems
place of
uncomfortable.
business doesn't have a picnic table for you to go to, it takes time to drive. You may only have 30 minutes for lunch.
I would, to me, it makes more sense to like sit out on the grass than it does to sit in your car.
Have you seen me try and get out of my chair? Can you imagine me trying to get up off the grass?
There's not a lot of room in a car.
Hey, somebody go help that guy. He's rolling around on the ground.
I need a bigger car. I don't know. Like,
So not Gen Z, but it's not that deep. I sit in my car and eat at work because I don't want to be around those people more than I have to.
Those people.
People don't like their coworkers. Says, I eat lunch in my truck 5 days a week. I'm in the trades. It's just more comfortable. Does that make me a freak? Jeff in Dearborn.
Not at all. I totally understand it.
I think some of this is job dependent, right? Like some people are on the road all day for work. They
Yes.
have no choice but to eat
Yes.
on the road. Tex says, not everyone just sits and plays with their cats all day. It's not a cry for help. It's called having kids.
Yes.
Look, if you have kids and that means you can't sit down and eat a meal, you need to rearrange some things going in your life. I mean, you can find time to sit and have a meal.
No, sir. Not.
This guy just shooting
Yeah.
all the parents.
All right. Unless you have lived the life, this is probably, I would just recommend this is one where you would say, I abstain from discussing this topic with parents. Because if you have one that's got to be in Dearborn, you got another one that's got to be out in Troy, another one that's got to be in Shelby Township. As a parent, when are you've got to get them everywhere on time. Even if you've got multiple parents driving around, which not everyone does. It's okay to eat in your car, Mr. Snooty.
But it is a cry for help. You are crying for help. You don't have any free time. That is a cry for help. You are stretched to the ends of the earth.
Sure, I would
You can't
love
find
to hire
10 minutes of your time.
I would love to hire another driver to be able to drive my kids around. Now,
I stand by
fortunately
the-
enough, and one of the great reliefs is your kids getting their driver's license.
Yeah.
But then you got to afford another car
Look,
and insurance and gas.
I'll admit the blind spot, but I'll stand by. It is a cry for help if you can't find the time. You are truly in a position where you are crying out for help because you don't have the available time in your day.
No, but
but
maybe
a lot
you
of these
enjoy
people have the time. They're just choosing to eat in silence.
Yeah, it's antisocial behavior is what it is.
No, it's not.
By definition, it is.
I enjoy driving my kids around to their things. Now,
no,
not
two
every
different
day.
things. I'm saying that. Okay. Two different things.
It's not a cry for help.
If you're saying, Jim, I don't have 10 minutes of time in my day, what is that? That is a cry for help.
Unless you're choosing what you're doing.
Good stuff. All right, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Behind a 2-homer night and 3 RBIs from Dylan Dingler, the Tigers beat the Cubs 8-6 in 10 innings last night at Wrigley Field. Cubs almost won the game in regulation as they tied things with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th and then loaded the bases with 2 outs in the 9th. Tigers reliever Kenley Jansen was 1 pitch away from conceding a walk-off walk to Alex Bregman, but he battled back from down 3-0 to strike out Bregman and send the game to extras where the Tigers would win. A.J. Hinch talked about the nerves and poise of Jansen in that moment after the game. FanGraphs now gives the Tigers a 32% chance to make the playoffs as they are 4.5 games out of the wild card in the American League. They play the Cubs again tonight at 8:05. Some golf news today. The PGA Tour struck a new deal with the Asian Tour, undercutting LIV, which had collaborated with the Asian Tour since 2022. The Asian Tour is not expected to renew its deal with LIV when it expires in November. And reports of more ESPN layoffs have surfaced, with the first on-air casualties being NFL analyst Ryan Clark and play-by-play man Carl Ravitch, who has called games for 33 years. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Costa's going to get himself killed by a herd of mothers on his way out of the studio today. John, what was the Twitch comment you read?
It says here, Cookies, building your cat a catio is a cry for help.
Okay, noted. Jim, sit this one out. Boom, John, tell him. Costa's a snob here. I eat my truck 5 times a week. Father of 5. This is definitely a topic that Jim needs to sit out. That's Anthony in Ann Arbor.
I'll come to your defense in this. Your take is for the individuals that are in an office environment.
Yeah, that's how they started.
And going out to sit in their car and then coming back into work.
Yes. Yeah, that is how the story that Heather has is about people eating meals in their car. That is the point of your day you are most likely to eat a meal in your car, I would think, is when you are away from home. Where are you away from home most likely? Most of your day? At the office, at the job, wherever that might be. Job site in some cases. And we're also learning about break rooms. Like they're not really a thing anymore. Is that?
I have no idea.
More and more people are just choosing to not go to the break room. They don't want to be around their coworkers. The break room might not have the amenities they want anymore. They want to be able to play stuff out of their speakers, their phone. Break rooms are kind of becoming a thing of the past. Is that how we can interpret this?
I get not eating in your workspace because, well, some, I don't want to spill something on my computer, but if you are at your workspace, even if you're eating, it does leave it open to. That's
okay. All over my pants, down my shirt.
Yeah, but if you're eating in your workspace, it does leave it open to, hey, could you take a second and look this up for me?
It definitely does do that.
No, I'm eating. It does leave it open for.
It does do that.
Could you please do some work while you're eating?
I see that. Yes.
We also have parents pointing out that if they try to eat around their children, their kids will pick at their food, or they have to make them separate food. It becomes a whole. They'd like to eat separately from their kids. That's what some parents are sharing on the text.
Yeah, but
I eat separate food, but I eat with my kids.
But when I order for Teddy, I also order things knowing that he's not going to eat all of it, and
you'll get some.
I get to finish it. Tricks of the trade.
Costa's such an ass. This one says, wait, am I the ass? No, it couldn't be. Signed, Jim. I knew we'd get here eventually. All right.
No. The only one where I said you should sit out is when you are saying you're serious, parents, you can't find 10 minutes to eat. No, you can't. That is it. In regards to the rest of the conversation, I get what you're saying.
Play on. Yeah. All right, we have open lines, 248-539-9797. I had a Red Wing question for you, John.
Okay.
And I think this is interesting to throw out to our hockey fans who have an affinity for what this job could be, what this job has been. The general manager gig for the Detroit Red Wings, is this a good job or a bad job? That's the question I would pose this morning. We're coming up on a week since Yzerman's stunning promotion? Sure, soft firing. Is this a good job or a bad job? And I sat down and I wanted to make kind of a pros and cons list. And if I miss something, please jump in. I know you guys will be quick to correct. On the good job side of things, they got cap space. Like, if you weaponize it right, that would be awesome. They have the second most cap space in the NHL. Yzerman didn't do a good job with it, but the next guy could. They have 6 top 100 prospects in the Athletics' latest update. That's good, right? That's certainly a better situation than when Yzerman took over.
Yes.
Seider and Raymond are 2 very good players that are on outstanding, cheap, long-term contracts.
Yes.
And Larkin is a trade chip that the right general manager could use to springboard this team into the next era of Red Wings hockey. That's all the case for it being a good job. The case for it being a bad job is, but let's peel back the layers of these prospects. Are any of them any good? They only have one in the top 50. It's Axel Sandin Pellikka, and they had to shelter him heavily last year as a rookie. Really cutting his ice time, not letting him in the D zone. They don't have high impact prospects after Yzerman's tenure. They're not a free agent draw, so the cap space only goes so far, and the division is set up to be a brutal test for years to come. It's Florida and Tampa, it's Buffalo, it's Ottawa, it's Montreal, it's teams that are younger or better or both.
And way further ahead.
And they're further ahead. So is this a good job or a bad job? 248-539-9797.
I think it's a good job because of the fact that you do have two players that you can build around, and you have another one in terms of Dylan Larkin that you could come in and try and sell your plan. And if he's still not buying it, if he still wants to demand a trade, you have more options to trade him than Steve Yzerman did. Because you may be looking at the 3 or 4 teams that Dylan Larkin has, but instead of having to win now, you can make that a jump start and part of your rebuild. When I look at it, why it's not a good job is what we heard from Steve Yzerman after the season. We need more good players.
Right.
You're not inheriting a team, which is why Steve Yzerman is, whether he is moving on or they're moving him on, doesn't matter. He just didn't acquire enough good players. So you're not inheriting a good situation, but that's generally what general managers do.
Yeah, but some situations are more favorable than others. Like Toronto,
In the moment.
Toronto may have hired the wrong GM, but that job was more appealing. You have Austin Matthews, a
Right.
true number 1 center. You had the number 1 pick to draft Gavin McKenna. That to me was a more appealing job than the Red Wing job.
If your number 1 job coming in is to add to an Austin Matthews or some of the roster that they have, but it's more, I need to hire the right coach? Sure, that's an easier one to step into than not only do I have to evaluate whether I want Todd McClellan to stay or not, but I've got to figure out a way to get more good players in a system that's not set up to get free agents.
Yeah. And that's the problem, too, in hockey is even with the cap space, even if Detroit became a, quote, destination, guys don't hit free agency hardly anymore. We see it in the NBA and we see it in the NHL, where once you get a year out, you leverage your way where you're going to go.
Yeah, but then because you do have that cap space, now all of a sudden you start looking around and say, okay, well, who's going to be a cap casualty? Well, come on over here. We'll pay you more than they will.
Yep.
We can.
Yeah.
And so that's part of why having the cap space is a part of the positive category.
Yeah, if you use it right. And I think a GM who's worth his salt is going to say, well, I have plans that I can do this the right way.
Right.
248-539-9797. And then there's the elephant in the room here, which is expectations. You have a great fan base, but a fan base that's been scorned, that's been through it. Holland left very little. The promise of Yzerman was great. It never really panned out. And now you have people who I won't label impatient. They've been patient, but now the new guy has to take some of that. He'll get time, but how much time, right? I think that becomes the question. Whoever they hire, is it, hey, no, you don't have to make the playoffs this season. You got to navigate the Larkin thing and figure out and get your footing. There's no free agency for you, no buyout window for you. But within, 3 years?
I would expect in 3 years
You're
they
a
would
playoff
be
team?
competing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, and in this division,
and
no
some
gimmies.
of it is going to be, okay, what are some of the initial decisions that he makes? If Dylan Larkin is here, if he sells him on this plan, then yes, I would say maybe not this year, but year 2, you should be in the playoffs. What is that plan? Obviously, you sold Dylan Larkin on, we're going to win sooner rather than later. If you trade him and you get all prospects or draft picks in return, now the expectation from the fan base is, well, it's going to be more 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Text coming in says, has Larkin spoke since Yzerman stepped down? With Steve out, would he stay or no? The first part of that, no. Larkin hasn't addressed any of this.
And we haven't heard anything of him saying, well, because there's no GM. Like, he doesn't know who he's going to be dealing with. He doesn't know what the plan is.
Yeah,
so
it would
I
actually
wouldn't
be
expect
odd.
him to say, well, I'm now going to remove my trade demand.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect until he gets clarity. And it might not matter. Like, I stress that. If he's looking at this going, I don't know, man, I've given a decade of my career here.
Yeah.
It's not turning around quickly. I still want out. Now, I hope he'd be reasonable and add teams. I haven't been 100% on Larkin's side. I think he needs to play ball a little more. But in terms of, does this change? TBD and probably no. I would imagine he would still want out. Would be my
I would
guts.
think so, and it may be even more so.
Yeah. Some people may be leery to accept the GM job because Yzerman's still there looking over their shoulder. I think you could feel that way, and it remains to be seen, but I feel like it's more of a Ken Holland situation where Holland was promoted, but it was an excuse to broom him out of the organization, and he got the hint and left. And I think Yzerman, it'll be the same thing.
Yes.
The Wings job is a bad job, especially taking the position after the draft and free agency. Oh, did I mention your captain wants out? Only 4 teams are on his list, Tony and Macomb. The difference, though, with the Larkin trade is at least this guy is free to get a futures return.
Right.
Yzerman didn't have
He was in a win now.
time.
Yeah, win now, win instantly versus the new GM. I think it's not a. We would like to win now. Everybody wants to win now, but you're going to be more accepting of prospects and draft picks.
Are you kidding me? It doesn't matter picks or cap space or anything. It's the Detroit Red Wings. It's a great job, especially if you have someone that can do it right. Marcus in Comstock Park. Is this a great job just because it exists in Detroit? Because it's the Red Wings?
I think that's part of it. Yeah, it's an original 6 team, and you want to be.
Mean?
Well, if you want to be the hero that gets Detroit back to the dominance they had for over 25 years, then yeah, if that's part of what you want your legacy to be, the risk and reward. The reward is you brought back an original 6 team, a team with multiple cups, a team that had a great streak in the playoffs, and now they're approaching year 11 of being out of the playoffs. You can get them back sooner than anybody else.
I try to remove the fandom out of it, though. Like, it means something to me that it's an original 6 team, but is it one of 32 to someone in the biz?
But if you're also looking at it is, okay, anytime you take a GM job, there's going to be a challenge. What's the level of challenge and what's the reward of conquering that challenge? Mm-hmm. If you're able to do that in Detroit, then the wing wheel does weigh a factor in that.
Aaron, you want to weigh in? You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Morning, James. Morning, John. How are we doing this morning, fellas?
What's up?
Good. How about yourself?
Well, I'm doing all right. Great to see the Tigers win. I felt like last night's win. My mom passed a week ago Friday. Oh. I felt like she was kind of ushering the boys a little bit. Little angels in the outfield magic. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry, dude.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. And you guys, too. I mean, you're going through it, too, as a whole company. My hearts go out to you fellas.
Thanks, Aaron.
Now, see, I feel the Red Wings job is a good job. It could be a great job if we get the right person in there, sweep out those that aren't doing their job correctly. And, I'm James, you're a paying customer. I mean, you're seeing this from both sides, job and a paying customer.
Yeah.
You have season tickets, my friend. So,
thanks for the reminder. I know. Trust me, those monthly statements are fun. No, I do approach it.
It could be a great job if we do. If Larkin wants to come back and the GM sells his plan, great. If he doesn't, buddy, give me 6 more teams. Give me a handful of more teams to help.
Yeah,
because like you said, we're looking at futures and picks at this point, unless someone comes in and has a great GM reputation. And is able to kind of do what Stevie Y did early in his tenure, where he, I'll just harken back to the Tomas Tatar trade, where he got, what was it, a couple firsts from Vegas for Tomas Tatar?
I don't think that's true. I could be completely blacking out on that. I don't think they got multiple firsts for Tatar. I know they traded Mantha for Verana and a first, which I believe turned into Kosa. There's just a lot of dead ends, man.
Yeah.
We got some good response. We want to hear from you. Good job, bad job. The Wings job, is it? How would you view it? It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and most likely you never even saw it coming. It's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the nice summer weather. Got bikes, motorcycles, pedestrians, construction. Summer traffic is everywhere. And if you're injured, call David Feminino and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Got a fun Tiger win last night, a thriller on the north side against the Cubs. Worked that in this morning. You got some tensions in the world of golf after the British Open. Who's performative? Oh boy, they're going at each other. We'll talk about that before the hour ends. And we asked the question about the Red Wings job, the new GM gig. Is it a good job or is it a bad job? Tex says it's a destination if you were born in the 90s. And the original six aspect is a non-factor. No one cares about that anymore. Unnamed texter. Stop it, Larkin's in charge. Look, the Larkin thing could be viewed as a detriment if you let it. Or if you're the new GM, you have the freedom to do things Steve couldn't. You can take back futures. Yzerman was not in a position to do so. You can convince him to stay, as unlikely as that may be, and actually keep a quality center on this hockey team, a team that doesn't have enough of them. I think if you handle the Larkin situation right, that can still be an asset. Did you see Larkin at the World Cup with his shirt off? He looked like an average Joe, no muscle tone, embarrassing.
I just saw the video. There he is.
He's with Kittle and...
Yeah.
How would you describe that physique, John?
A hockey player. Okay. They're all... I'm always like, okay, there's always exceptions to the rule, but they're all a little bit smaller than I really anticipate they're going to be. And I don't know that I've ever seen a hockey player that's jacked up. I think okay, I'm never taking my shirt off at a sporting event.
You wouldn't go tarps off?
No.
Get you to Comerica Park this weekend, get you in the upper deck?
No.
He is a hockey player in the prime of his career, could have fooled us.
Right, but he's standing there, not posing for a picture.
No, I know. He's got a beer in his hand.
Yeah, he's got a beer in his hand. He's all relaxed. Like, I'm not going to...
I've seen people Photoshop him, like, at a Lions game. Like, He just looks like he'd be a regular dude. He doesn't look like he would be...
a professional athlete.
I think when you think of a professional athlete, you're thinking that they are going to be in the best shape of anyone, right? Like, they're not going to...
It doesn't mean he's in bad shape. He just doesn't
there
look
are
like...
people who I have seen that look more fit than he does.
So muscle tone is what we're going back.
Yeah.
Hockey has the most normal typed bodies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you don't need to be like muscle bound or super jacked or like even like really ripped because you're running all the time and you're skating.
Yes.
And it's a skill game. It's based off of skill, like the hand-eye coordination, the shooting, the passing, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great way to put it.
Yes. But I have seen people clowning him. And
sure.
Detroiters are going to take every opportunity to do it.
This is exactly why, whether it was in my playing days or after, you're not going to find me with my shirt off in public very often, if ever. Public pool, maybe. But hopefully I'm in the water holding Teddy.
All right. Working a little Tigers and some golf. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, a Battle Creek man has been arrested after murdering a man in Alaska nearly 33 years ago. So authorities say this 54-year-old Christopher Pops was taken into custody last Thursday after receiving an anonymous tip last year. And you want to know who submitted that anonymous tip?
His wife?
No. Pops himself.
Oh.
Yeah. So it all started back in 1993. There was a man in Alaska who was reported missing.
Talk about a cold case.
No, and it was a cold case, John, and it went completely cold. Then in 2025, police received a tip from somebody who claimed to have committed the murder, and the tipster revealed where the body was left. Well, they followed that tip. They found the body, and they were able to trace that tip back to Pops. So he called on himself.
Oh, no.
Yes. So in June, the guy was indicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder. And in Alaska, that carries a penalty of 10 to 20 years in prison and up to a max of 99 years.
Oh.
So,
All right, then.
Yeah. Yes, John. Police are searching for 8 suspects involved in a flash rob at a Dick's Sporting Goods in Bloomfield Township.
What?
A sporting goods store in Bloomfield Township. On Saturday evening, a group of teens, young adults, ran through the store, just started stealing anything they could get their hands on. They then ran out of the store. They fled the area. There was one in a white older model Chevy Suburban, another in a white Chevy Blazer. A couple of the stolen items were recovered in the parking lot, but it's unknown exactly how much these suspects got away with.
How old are they?
They said 17 to 25 years old.
Okay.
Huh.
And they just walked in, and then all of a sudden broke out into flash
rob.
Not a flash mob. A flash
rob.
rob. Yes. The NFL's long-running debate over artificial turf versus natural grass is back in the spotlight after the World Cup. I'm sure you've seen athletes discussing this on social media. Several NFL stadiums that normally use artificial turf obviously temporarily switched to natural grass to meet FIFA's requirement for the tournament. And now players are asking why those fields can't stay that way for football season.
Right.
The NFL Players Association has long argued that natural grass is safer. A number of current players took to social media after the World Cup to question basically, hey, why can't we just keep it this way? This is what a majority of players want.
A vast majority of players want. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so I received the same email these guys got. NFLPA or retired players got the mass email of, hey, hit social media. Here are some suggested,
Okay.
Talking points.
tag. And also, hey, if you just want to cut and paste, use this. That's why you see a lot of them are exactly the same.
I mean,
But
I
yes,
get it.
they're trying
I
to put
get
the
it
push
too.
on because they showed that they can have grass in these stadiums.
So
Yeah.
then let's do it.
And they're there.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It should be a priority.
Is it a cost thing? Everything comes down to money? Is that the issue?
Oh, I mean, yes, it is a cost. Maintenance. And some of the
and-
stadiums, you'd have to take it out, put it in. Yes.
And it sounds like it's a long process, watching how they grow the grass for 10 months and then transfer the grass to the. I mean, it took
Yeah.
a while, but obviously they did it.
Yes.
It can be done.
I'm on the player side with this.
Sure.
They are the product. You want to keep them healthy.
Yes.
That's ultimately an investment in making the game the best it can be.
Yeah.
The league makes enough money.
Well, and I mean, no one cares about the coaches, but if you're standing on turf for 4 hours versus standing on grass for 4 hours, it makes a difference.
Coffee lovers, this next story is for you. There's a new scientific statement from the American Heart Association that says drinking up to 5 cups of coffee a day is considered safe for most adults and actually may be linked to a lower risk of heart disease, stroke, heart failure, and type 2 diabetes.
100 years, here I
drink
come,
up.
baby.
Now, there is a little bit of a catch.
Oh.
So the potential heart benefits apply to paper filtered or instant coffee only. The report says unfiltered options like French press, espresso, Turkish coffee contain this natural compound that can actually raise LDL, which is the bad cholesterol. So
yeah.
it depends on what type of coffee you're consuming. But
Go with the paper filter.
yeah, and then just keep going. Just drink
Yeah.
up all day. I saw this story yesterday. I wanted to share it. It's about the Lumberjack World Championships.
These are great. Have you ever seen these?
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen bits and pieces.
Up in Mackinac City, when I lived up there, they had lumberjack competitions that you could go to. They are so much fun to be at.
Yeah, I mean, it looked amazing. And this year's Lumberjack World Championships, which was held in Hayward, Wisconsin, featured some history-making performances. So 3 women's world records were broken during this annual competition. There was one woman from the Czech Republic who set 2 of them, establishing new records in the women's underhand chop and the women's standing chop. And then there was another woman who was from Hayward who set a new world record in the women's broom run. She sprinted across 8 floating cedar logs and back in just 13.78 seconds.
It's
Which is so cool when you
unbelievable.
watch the
Yes.
video.
It is so much fun to watch these. Yep.
How did that not end up in the drop tournament? It's not our tournament.
Yeah.
Coming up next, I do want to hit on the Tigers from last night, and then we'll play you a little bit of audio. Rory versus Bryson. Oh, no. Golf feud, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events and maybe even a lumberjack event is at Stadium Swim, located at Circle Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circle Resort and Casino. And in fact, we're going to be there at the end of August, so get your tickets now. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at CircleLasVegas.com.
Is that not the moment of the night?
Oh my goodness. I know as I'm watching it, I'm thinking I'm going to wake up to some serious smarm. 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, 3-0 count, and who is at the plate? But Bregman.
And he gets the punch out.
Yes.
Bregman, who's had a pretty rough year at the plate, especially by his standards.
Mm-hmm. And then in the 10th, they did everything they could to hand the Tigers the game, which is, we've been on the other side of that way too many times.
But think about it. The Tigers scored the first run in the 10th, which is not typically enough.
Right.
You got to tack on. And who is it at the plate looking to add on insurance with the bases loaded? Spencer Torkelson? And he delivers. So I think that's the story of the night is Bregman bases loaded, Torque bases loaded. Their guy didn't, our guy did.
And if I were to just randomly ask you the question, runners in scoring position, Spencer Torkelson's at the plate. Good or bad situation?
Putrid, right?
That would be your initial reaction.
I feel
However,
like he always comes up small in those moments.
it was pointed out this morning or late last night by Tigers Data. Spencer Torkelson with runners in scoring position this season. He's batting .309 with just over a 1 OPS.
Like 1,000 OPS.
Yeah, 1,000 OPS, yes, 1.046.
A 300 hitter with runners in scoring position this season. See, that feels like an optical illusion.
Right.
But if those are the numbers, those are the numbers. It's the bases loaded
Stats
stat.
don't lie.
Well, I think it's the bases loaded stat that everybody's cherry picked to show he's
Right.
bad. But yeah, if those are the numbers, those are the numbers.
It just happened to be that the bases were loaded.
Yeah. Which he
Didn't go yard, but hey, just knock them in.
you need a couple extra runs because, again, with the ghost runner, 1 run's not typically enough. As a road team, you want to have a little insurance, and the Tigers did. Mm-hmm. And, it's one of those deals. They jumped them early, 4-0, let them back into the game, thought they were going to lose it.
Yeah.
And they beat the Cubs, the only team above 500 they're going to face between now and the trade deadline. So we put an emphasis on this series. Torres back, 2 hits, 2 walks. Dingler drove in 3. Riley drove in 3.
Yeah.
Stuff you need to see. And I think some of this is met with an exhausted sigh from the fans, like, okay, but they need to trade Skubal, and now they're not going to. Right? Don't you feel some of that energy? To which I say, yeah, I think it's the wrong move to keep Skubal, but it's on them to make it the right move. It's on them to win games. That's what they're paid to do. It's on management to do something about it at the deadline and give this team a chance if they make the playoffs. I think it's the wrong move, but they need to make it the right move if they're going to do it. So that's kind of how I've come to peace with it. It's not my team to run. I'm just a stupid fan who sees Skubal walking for nothing as a potential pitfall. But if you're going to keep him, you might as well win. Hey, golf feuds.
Yes, this is. We need more golf feuds. I think it
Agreed.
would make it a little bit more exciting if there were, contested rivalries in golf. And I know that there have been some throughout time, but none of them have been really talked about very much.
Well, it adds a little bit of
Little juice.
yeah. How about this? Rory v. Bryson. And we've done this before, but it played out over the weekend. Bryson DeChambeau was having himself a nice start to the British Open.
Yes, he was.
He appeared to be in one shot of the second round leader, but they went back and added a 2-stroke penalty on the 5th hole after a lengthy discussion and argument because they say he improved his lie. Yes. The rule's the rule. You could say it's a dumb rule. Rory is you would say more of the golf elitist.
Sure.
The rule is the rule. Bryson DeChambeau was not happy with this decision, and it sounded like he was considering sitting out the remainder of the tournament, pouting and taking his ball and going home.
How much of this stems from the whole Bryson's a live guy, was a live guy?
Some of it, sure.
I'm sure there's a lot that played into.
Well, Bryson's the fun YouTube channel, bring the modern fan in, and Rory is the old school golf guy, right? Am I setting the stage right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it then stands to reason that old school stickler Rory goes, what is Bryson doing, throwing a fit about this? In fact, he called it performative. I will say, I appreciate the 10 toes down. Like, go ahead, rip them, call them out. We could use more of it in golf. And for the record, I think I'm nauseatingly on his side. Like, Bryson broke a rule. Bryson needs the strokes added. And no, you just play on. You don't pout about it. You find a way to get back into the tournament.
You don't pout about it. You don't take your ball and go home. But I understand him, in essence, protesting it and stating his case. Mm-hmm. All right, you're going to lose. It only became much more cringeworthy, and I didn't see this until this morning when it was announced or it made public that as part of his argument, he asked to call President Trump. Come on, dude.
Is this a, hey, you did it for Balogun, you can do it for me?
I am okay with trying to protest the 2-stroke penalty. In where he was at, that was a big deal. Protest it all you want. Mm-hmm. But use some common sense. Use some legitimate arguments. And when they finally say, no, you know what? Whether you did it intentionally or not, the rule says it doesn't even matter if it was unintentional. If you improve your lie, which by improving your backswing, you're doing that.
Yeah.
It is a 2-stroke penalty. Take your medicine.
It just sounds like the kid that goes to mom and doesn't get the answer they want. So then they go to dad.
Yeah.
Teacher didn't tell me what I want. I'm going to go to the president.
It wasn't, do you know who I am? It's, do you know who I know?
Right. I've got his number in my phone. I'll call him right now.
I mean, it's just...
Didn't Tiger try to do that? He did that when his car was flipped upside down.
I don't know if he called him or if he said he was on the phone with him.
Oh, like I will call him, but just so you know, I'm connected to some very powerful people.
Yes, yeah. Hey, Donald, could you send a tow truck? My car happens to be upside down.
Veggie's on the phone as it's doing the loop-de-loop. I'll have to call you back. I'm upside down right now.
Yeah, it's so maybe it's just a golf thing.
Maybe it's a golf thing. But I found myself on Rory's side, and I know Rory's not the perfect messenger, and I don't want to be a Rory guy because he has his skeletons in his closet. I mean, he's had incidents where he's had his temper tantrums too.
I can appreciate he called it as he saw it, and he didn't try and dance around it. I did like the response from Scotty Scheffler, where he said, I don't see Bryson as a cheater. And I've never been around when he's done this, because some of the people were saying he was trying to cheat, and only he would be able to tell you what his intentions were, as the many times that he was looking at where the ball was, he was walking behind it, and he was, in essence, stomping things down so that he could get a better backswing. We've all been there.
Right. And it's one thing to say,
hell, I wouldn't even look for my ball if it was in there. They're like, yep, good luck. Donating that one.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Rory was calling him a cheater as much as it was like, dude, hey, this is the rule. Shut up and deal with it.
Yeah.
And Bryson is not one to shut up and deal with it. 248-539-9797. My takeaway, more golf feuds. You and I are on the same page. Let's make golf more fun. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons why I think a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. Number one, it's always going to come down to the money. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I'm driving a Ram right now, and I love it. For power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you've got the 420 horsepower Hurricane. That's the one I chose. Or you got the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine if you want just a little bit more. And then I'll ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to do what you really want it to do. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, we all love our comfort. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you'll feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Got some text coming in on our golf feud. Bryson v. Rory from the British Open. Sorry, the Open.
The Open.
Is it
which is more pretentious?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. More pretentious, the Masters or the Open?
I think it's I'm going to go ahead and make everybody mad. The British Open. Especially since they make it a point to say, well, we're not the British Open. We are the Open. Because you have the U.S. Open.
Well, what about the championship that they win? It's the champion golfer of the year.
Oh, yeah. Because they're the only major that really matters. Everything else is silly.
Yeah. Second place.
Forgive me, and maybe I'll just ask him when he comes in here. Gator is particular about calling it one or the other, isn't he?
He prefers British Open. He thinks that the Open Championship is snobby.
Okay, so he's on the right side. He's with us. I call it the British Open.
Yeah, sure.
There's a U.S. Open. There's a British Open.
Yes.
There's not
seems
an Open.
Common sense.
Yes, but we're not British. Back in the intern days, they would pull audio from the BBC's broadcast of the British Open, the like very British golf announcing, and they'd get stuck in the rough, and just the way they described things over there was hilarious.
Yes, they use different adjectives than we do.
Performative is one adjective from the weekend. Texters with their feedback, the rules never would have retroactively made that penalty on Rory or someone else that has towed the company line. Bryson has made enemies, and that's what cost him.
Could be.
In other words, you didn't catch it live, let it go. But for Bryson, they wanted to make an example. He's making
so
a run.
the PGA was making it performative.
Sure, it's all made for TV special. Script writers and everything, John. Rory definitely doesn't care about Bryson or his popularity. I see this more like MJ laughing at the iPad. Not to mention Bryson abandoned the tour to go on his live payday and play in front of nobody. Without his YouTube, he'd be irrelevant. Bryson's best tantrum is when he got in a fight with the rope, signed Mike. We'll put him down for Team Rory.
Yes, probably a good bet.
It says Bryson sucks. I don't get how anyone could like him. I'm not a Rory fan. I think he's a DB too, but he was spot on in saying Bryson was performative. He was such an ass walking up to the green on 18 on Saturday like he won the tourney, waving his hat around, saluting the crowd. I don't mind that Bryson has a personality.
Yeah. And when he was here at the Rocket Mortgage, Stoney and I went down and interviewed him. He was,
I bet,
a nice guy to talk to. Very personable. Gave us plenty of time.
Was he bro-y then, or is that more of the shift?
No, he didn't address either of us as bro.
Bro or bruh?
Yeah. He is short.
Oh, is he? Well, you think everybody's short.
I think Stoney was actually looking down on him.
No. How tall is Bryson DeChambeau?
I don't know. I think it was maybe the same height as, maybe the same height or.
He's listed at 6'1".
Yeah.
I emphasize listed.
He's right around that 6 foot range.
And how tall is Stoney?
I don't know how tall Stoney is. I don't know how tall Stoney could be if he stood up all the way. Yeah. Might be a different number. Got at 2-3 inches.
Anyway, we are 1 week out from Lions camp. I think that's the other thing we can hit here before we get out of here. 1 week, you get excited. We both get excited. And I'm excited to put last year behind us.
I think everybody's excited to put that dumpster fire behind us and find out what this team is going to be and start to get some questions that we have answered. I don't know if Kirby Joseph is going to be a full participant or if they're going to hold him out. I would imagine they'd hold him out, but we'll get an idea of what he looks like running around. And then we'll get some more answers on Brian Branch. I think those are probably the two biggest question marks. And then it's about how everybody else looks. And we'll get questions answered as the season goes in terms of what's this offense going to look like with a new play caller, with a revamped offensive line.
And those are things you learn slowly.
Yeah.
Play caller and offensive line gelling. The biggest questions are probably the safeties and the corners, the secondary specifically. Yeah. And you just hope it's not like, well, everybody saw this coming with the offensive line last year. You don't want to say, well, everybody saw it coming this year with the secondary. They addressed the O-line, and I think that's the key to getting back to who they were and who they want to be. So that's why I'm excited, because I do think they can put last year behind them. I think this is a classic bounce-back spot for a team that finished last in their division that's got enough talent to finish first in the division this year.
Mm-hmm. And we're just excited to see football.
Yeah.
Honestly, even though it's going to be preseason football, we're going to see more of the starters. I don't know what that really means or what it looks like. That's an if. Dan said that he's going to see more of these guys because there's not going to be inter-squad scrimmages.
Yeah, that is another big change, and I think those things go hand in hand. He would always justify not playing those guys in the preseason with the fact that they had the joint practice where they could tailor-make situational football to get those guys ready. That's gone.
Yeah.
So how much? I don't know, but we are going to see some of them more in the preseason.
Yeah.
And you think specifically with an offensive line, it's important for those guys to get some reps.
It's going to be, they're going to have to gel. And is the talent level better than it was last year? I don't think there's any question about that. But you've got Penei Sewell moving over. You got Cade Mays. That's going to be the biggest thing to me. Not can he do it, but you've got a different guy seeing things differently. And it's going to be communication with Goff. It's going to be communication with the running backs when they're involved in pass protection, tight ends as well. And then obviously, how quickly can Blake Miller pick up all the different looks, defenses that he's going to have to see, identify, and then actually perform.
Because you're going to have 3 offensive linemen playing a new position. Well, Mays is playing the same position, but new in terms of this group. Yes.
Yeah. And then who's going to be that left guard? Mm-hmm. What does Tate Ratledge look like in year 2? On the other side, what does Tyleek Williams look like in year 2?
Gator, it's a week out, but we're already foaming at the mouth, getting the veterans back out there for Lions football.
Yeah, here we go.
That's right. How are you?
I'm good. We should all be foaming at the mouth, getting ready for football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not ready for baseball to end because I still think this is going to be a fun push. We'll see what happens at the trade deadline, which direction they decide to go.
But they have to pick a direction, right? It can't just be status quo.
It can't be status quo. I agree with that 100%. But I think you can pick both directions, buy and sell. So,
think they can thread the needle?
I've been preaching so long
Wheel
for this.
and deal.
Just trade Scooble and still you can buy other parts and still be very competitive. Obviously, Scooble makes you so much better, but you're dealing from a position of strength, and you're going to lose him for nothing, and you're not going to win the World Series with him. So,
what's most likely to happen?
Because we think he's staying.
I think that's probably most likely. Because I think you look at the stretch of games they have going into the trade deadline, they've got a ton of winnable games.
Yeah.
So, I said I thought they'd go 12-4 in the 16 games after the All-Star game going into the trade deadline, and that would put them right at 500.
Yep.
So, which was just a happy coincidence. I just picked the number 12-4. But if they do go on this great tear, I mean, they're playing great baseball. So it's a playoff team. They're playing playoff caliber baseball, but they have holes. They have massive holes in this team. But I would certainly try to fill them as I could for trades that make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can't just be like I'm not making a trade just to get a rental player necessarily. I mean, it's got to be somebody that makes sense and what you give up. If it's going to be a rental that you're giving up, a player that you're going to give up for a rental, let's hope that the player isn't all that great that you're giving up. You don't want to give up a top prospect,
right?
To get a guy who's going to be here for
Oh,
3 months.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would subscribe to that
No,
idea.
but would I give up Max Clark to get Mason Miller? Yeah, I would.
I think Dingler said it was a playoff atmosphere yesterday.
Well, AJ said they've been playing Game 7 of the
he
playoffs
told us that when he joined us
May.
last time.
He said it last night.
It's kind of wild, really. Yeah, I realized I was watching last night with playoff intensity.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way this corner they've backed themselves in that they're trying to fight out, it has certainly cranked up the intensity here in July, mid-July, late July. I guess.
Yeah, and AJ emptied the bullpen last night.
Yes, he did. Game 7, like he said. So we'll get into that. Welcome Gator back. Get him caught up on all the happenings of the weekend, of course. His 2 cents. Welcome back, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
So welcome back, my friend, Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How are you?
I'm good.
That's good.
I'm good.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, it was good to get away for the weekend there.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a mini family reunion of sorts out in Madison, Wisconsin.
Boring town.
You think so? You being facetious?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It was the town just west of it, Middleton, but effectively the same thing. Madison adjacent. Yeah, it was a memorial service for my aunt and uncle who died almost 2 years ago. They died along with my father, all within 4 weeks of each other.
Crazy.
So my cousins had put off doing something for a while until they thought the time was going to be right for them. So they did it this weekend. And I felt so bad. All the planning that they did, everything was going into this. And then there's the threat of the air quality and all that, because they had been able to get like a campsite at a beach with a pavilion and all this. And then, the day before, it wasn't exactly the clearest. Fortunately, the sky and the air quality had cleaned up quite significantly. So that was good.
Yeah. How's everybody in the family doing?
They're doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing really good.
You drove out with your brother.
I did.
So I'm interested. Your brother have any good takes?
Any good takes?
Well, your brother's a smart guy.
He's really
every
smart.
once in a while he'll text something over to you. So I imagine two brothers driving in a car for 8 hours or whatever it was.
It's a long time.
He probably was a bit too long.
No, actually, my brother's a great travel companion. It was good. But no, it was just the ride out there was, we got a little bit of everything, and mostly in the state of Michigan. It was out towards the west side of the state. We got rerouted. You'd love it because he was using Waze, and Waze will reroute you if you have to.
Yep.
To avoid construction, traffic, and then the rains came as well, and so we hit the trifecta of madness there, and somehow shaved, according to Waze, 58 minutes off of the trip by taking a slight detour. And then, of course, Chicago. Oh, fun, the traffic in Chicago.
Did you drive through Hammond?
Oh, the home of the Bears?
Yeah.
We went through Hammond. We saw Hammond. We waved.
So did you see that lake area where they're going to build the stadium?
I mean, we saw an area.
Yep. Those toll booths are going to be awesome on game day, aren't they?
Sure are.
Yep.
Sure are. No, but he's a good companion to have on the road. We had a good time, nice time, and finally got up there and went to my cousin's restaurant out in Middleton and had a great meal. You would love the menu.
Yeah, you started sharing some stuff off that menu, and I'm like, that would work for me.
Yeah, that would work for you. You would have been very happy.
This place is still in business?
Well, they have a second.
Tank's got jokes behind the glass there, doesn't he?
I'm back.
They have a second half of the menu. It's awfully good too. But,
All right.
But the
good part.
Yeah, the smoked turkey sandwich I had would have been right up your alley.
I love it.
Yeah,
It
was great. So no, it was really good to see my uncle Tom and his wife as well, and my cousin from Pittsburgh came up with his wife. So it was good to see everybody.
Yep, good.
Did your brother bring up on the ride that? Did he hear that one show where you told everybody you were a better son than him?
What?
Remember that show that Doug? Remember that you were just talking about how like you're there for your mom and then brother hasn't been there or something. I don't know. I think I'm calling out Dave a little bit. I don't know if Dave would take offense to
I
that.
think this is absolute crap what you're saying right now.
Okay.
No, I don't remember this.
You don't remember this?
I don't.
All right.
If anything was said in jest, you mean? Please
I'll
say
just-
that. Good God.
Hang up here trying to start stuff.
I don't know what you started.
Doug is all like, "Oh, I don't remember anything," but he actually might not remember anything. Unfortunately,
That's true. Yeah, I can't remember anything what happened.
Yeah.
You do this show for a long time. I'm sure we did that because we've done everything.
No, actually, my brother and I are the perfect tag team to deal with parental situations now.
Oh, yeah?
He handles all the technical stuff, any computer issues, more serious phone issues, questions, setting up stuff in the internet and stuff like that. That's great. I don't, you deal with that. I do with the nuts and bolts of, hey, let me help out with the cat, help with the house,
Right.
with the weekly chores that need to be done. So it's a nice little tag that we have going,
Gotcha.
which I'm sure most siblings go through when parents get older.
Well, your mother is very lucky to have you both.
Oh,
Close
Doug.
by.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
so sweet.
yeah. And Kang is back. Kang yesterday had what you referred to me last week as a yes day with your daughter.
Yeah, I don't know if you did any of these or this was around when your kids were young, Doug, but
Yeah.
a yes day, do you know what that is?
Well, I did when you explained it.
Yeah, so it's basically, for those that don't know, Gator, you're supposed to theoretically say yes to whatever your kid asks you. I mean, this is the ultimate kid day. Like, you wish you had one of these growing up, right? Like,
Where was
Dad,
this?
Yeah, can I have Dad, can I sleep until 11? Yes.
Yeah.
Dad, can I have, ice cream for breakfast? Yes, right? Dad, can I go to, Kids Empire? Yes. Like all that
Yeah.
stuff.
My father would say every day is a yes day for you.
Yep.
That's what the parents
Wow.
would typically say.
Awesome, man. Because every day is I'll think about a day. Is for me. It usually is, I'll think about
I think
it.
about it. Yeah,
We'll
the
see.
kids.
I'll think about it.
Your kids
So
will get
we'll
to
see
an
that.
age where they hate that answer so much they'll call you out.
Every time you think about it, it's always no.
Yup. We'll see.
I'll
No.
have to give it some more thought.
Wait till they figure out the picture taking scam.
Oh, dude, I'm still doing that. That's great.
This is the greatest parent trick of all time for people who have young kids. When you are in a store, it almost doesn't matter what store you are in, they will ask for something. Kang's brilliant hack is, I got an idea. We'll take a picture of you with it. Then we'll send it off to Santa and all your relatives. So you might get it for Christmas or your birthday.
Cross
Yeah.
your fingers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll take a picture with it.
And
Gotta
the
be
kids, you've shown me these pictures. The kids are smiling ear to ear as if they got the gift.
It's like we left the store with it, but we're still in the aisle.
And
It's
you
like
didn't
proof
pay
of
for
life.
it. It's an amazing hack. And some of you out there can use this someday, but and at some point they're going to catch on.
Yeah, we're not to that point yet, so
Yeah.
I may have to pay the piper at that point somehow.
When they start saying, Dad, and that whole picture thing, fraud. It's fraud.
So, Gator, the other day I used this, and we're at Target, and I sent Doug 5-6 pictures of my kids with just random toys, and I wrote the message: "Did not buy one thing."
Not a single thing.
Not a single thing was purchased, and they all left happy. It was great. I left happy. They left happy. We didn't spend a dime.
It's so great. You did pull a fast one there. So
how was the yes day yesterday?
It was good, man. It was good. I didn't say yes to everything. You can't do that. That's craziness. But
What defeats the purpose of yes day, doesn't it?
yeah, so you gotta.
he immediately
you gotta
goes, by the
finesse
way,
this.
Gator immediately goes to bat for the kid.
Yep.
Well, you set the rules. You said it was yes day, where you say yes to everything. I'm like, that's dangerous. And then you
It
turn
is.
like, well, we didn't say yes to everything. Well,
You gotta finesse it. But yeah, she had a good time. So it was very, very done. Very well done.
No, any highlights?
Highlights. No, I mean she got way too much. Highlights for her was just Dessert Town. She loves desserts. I mean, she was asking for dessert.
she went to town at desserts.
Yes, she wanted dessert literally every meal. Like, can I have dessert for dinner? I'm like, all right, this is where the yes day comes in. Like, have dinner first, and then I'll let you have dessert because this is a yes day or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean she had Slurpees, ice cream. It was madness.
Wow. What time did she go to bed? Is she still up?
She might be. All right, so we got a lot to catch you up on, but last night's Tiger game, that was something. Absolute chaos at Wrigley Field, and the Tigers came out on top in what feels like, I swear to God, every game feels huge right now because of what's riding on this next 2 weeks. It is Carson Anderson. We'll get to some Tiger talk straight ahead. 248-539-9797. Hey, Evan has posted Champ and Chump on the weekend, so if you want to see who the people selected as Champ and Chump, you can go check it out at 971theticket.com. The Champ and Chump is voted on by the people yesterday during the program. Lots of voting yesterday, so go check it out at 971theticket.com. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfields. Whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or are just ready for a new ride, now is the perfect time to upgrade. Get behind the wheel of a new 2026 Chevy Silverado and lease for just $134 a month for 24 months. Or, if buying is a better fit, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. Need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving? Well, check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. You can lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or qualified buyers, again,
Get 0% financing, this time for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. It's just south of 12 Mile. They're open on Saturdays, making it so easy just to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive!
All right, lots to get to today on the Karsch and Anderson program. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. Doug Karsch and Scott Anderson here on 97.1. So a few things, and we'll start with yes, it already feels like playoff baseball, and last night's Tiger game was wild and chaotic. And as things stand with you and watching this team, you know, I feel like the bye possibility, it gets more in play with each win. Do you find yourself watching these games with playoff intensity because of the different directions? I mean, I think we're going to be talking about this trade deadline for years. Because I mean, you know why? So much is riding on it. I said it yesterday. There's 4 possible outcomes. Keep Skubal and win the World Series. Keep Skubal and don't win the World Series. Trade Skubal for great prospects. Trade Skubal for crappy prospects. And there's nuance in between all that, but it's when we still reference John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander.
Yeah, 1987.
And it was 87. I can't remember if it was 87 or 89 yesterday. Anyway, we still reference that, right? And there's a lot more. It feels like there's a lot more riding on this decision, even though, I mean, that was a big decision at that moment in time.
Yeah, even though Smoltz wasn't the number one prospect in the organization, but clearly Atlanta saw something they liked, and it benefited both teams. Obviously benefited Atlanta greatly for the longevity of Smoltz's career, but the small time, would Alexander go 11-0 or something like that as a Tiger down the second half of the season, and
something crazy
got him into the playoffs. Unfortunately, they ran into the buzzsaw, which was the Twins, back when there were only two teams in each league that made the playoffs. But I am, yeah, absolutely. I'm watching every game with a heightened intensity right now for two reasons. One, because I put them out there a little bit last week and said I think that they'll go 12-4 in this stretch of 16 games leading up to the trade deadline. And so far they're 3-1 during that time. I like the way the schedule favors the Tigers. But the other part of that, it's not just because I want them to get back into a race here so that we have something to look forward to for the rest of August and September, that this team is going to be competing, hopefully more than just a wild card, but try to get the automatic bid by taking care of your own division. And you'll have games where you can have these compounded wins where you're taking on Chicago or Cleveland. And Minnesota, for that matter. You're still trailing the Twins by a game and a half at this point. So, yeah, there's a lot to look at that I get very intense about. And, of course, that watching with the other eye, looking at, and that's not a lazy eye joke. It's just, my eyes are going in different directions here. Looking at who's possibly going to be selling. Because right now, so many teams are in it for the wild card race, or at least that think that they're in it. And a lot of those teams are going to make that determination internally. They may find themselves at the trade deadline or a couple days before the trade deadline. Hey, we're only 3 games out of it. But you know what? We know better. We know we're not good enough to compete with the Dodgers or whatever. We have some pieces that are going to be free agents at the end of the year. We could probably get a couple of prospects we like. We're gonna trade, even though we look like we're only 3 games out. I think with the Tigers it's different. They're 4.5 games out right now. As long as they're playing good baseball and they feel like this is who they are, like the month of May is truly not representative of what this team is. They may find themselves getting closer to the Central Division lead than they are to the wild card spot, if that's at all possible. I just think that's really the one that they're going to need to chase the division. You got tons of games left against Chicago or Cleveland, whichever team feels like they're going to be the leader in the division. But really the team that could be the leader in the division is the Tigers, because they're built well enough to win this division. And if they make a move or two here, they could really solidify that position of being the best team in the Central and being one of the best teams in the American League.
So I'm not so sure that I completely agree with you about the month of May, that's not truly who this team is, because that was kind of who they were last, like August and September too. And I think they are truly schizophrenic in that their good is really good and their bad is really bad. And it's made this a very, very tricky decision for Scott Harris. I mean, that win last night, right? I don't know if last night I was trying to put into words, was last night a microcosm of the season? Well, I'm not so sure that's the case. Was last night, did they win in spite of themselves? I don't even know if that's the case. Last night, they just went out and they played what turned into a absolute nail-biting baseball game. Like what happened in the 9th inning, and for people who didn't see it, the Tigers had a 4-0 lead in the top of the first, 4 batters in, and then didn't score again till the 8th inning. And I wouldn't say Chicago chipped away, right? They hit a 3-run homer off Flaherty.
Yeah, back-to-back home runs.
Yeah, that's what it was. But they made it 4-3, and it stayed at 4-3 thanks in large part to the middle bullpen guys. Right? They did a nice job handing it over. Handing it over to Finnegan and Jansen, but unfortunately Finnegan gave up a 2-run home run, and that's something that's got to get sorted out. They need Kyle Finnegan. They need him bad.
Yeah.
The Kyle Finnegan they traded for last year at the trade deadline is the guy they need. And if he's not going to be that, they better find the next Kyle Finnegan, because that guy was very effective for them from that trade point on the rest of the season. It wasn't perfect, He's pretty good. And last night, you know, he gave up that 2-run homer. But in the pantheon of unlikely events, Kenley Jansen, who had close to no command, in a tie game, 5-5, bottom of the ninth, with the bases loaded, he's facing the free agent who wouldn't sign with Detroit, right. Alex Bregman. He's the free agent who would sign with Detroit. And it's 3-0. Bases loaded, 5-5, bottom of the ninth. This is the win probability for the Tigers, probably minuscule the way Jansen was pitching. He was missing his spots wildly. He almost hit Bregman in the head with the first pitch of the at-bat. And he throws not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 consecutive strikes because there was a pitch fouled off with 2 strikes and gets out of it. That might be a tipping point for this whole season. That was wild. I don't know how the hell he got out of it. He could not locate the strike zone.
To me, it's a tipping point in that they need a closer. They need to find a high-end guy at the back end of the bullpen, regardless if it's for your run at the end of the season or not. For me, that's who they need to find for long term.
Why do you say that? He hasn't given up a run in 6 straight appearances.
Right, exactly.
He's also given up 2 base runners or more in 5 of his last 9 appearances.
And for some reason, I have just amazing chunks of hair that I'm missing. It's crazy. The pushback I'll give you on the whole May thing, although I think in theory it sounds great that looking back at last year in the second half, we saw that, and I don't disagree with that. The difference with this May and last year in the second half of the season is who wasn't playing. You know, we've already talked about the no Skubal factor and the no Mize, and we've gone through the rotation part, but what about the hitting part? Gleyber Torres had 6 at-bats in the month of May. Kerry Carpenter had 19 at-bats in the month of May. Kevin McGonigal, who we all love, hit 238 in 100 at-bats in the month of May. He doesn't have a track record to show that whether that's typical of him or not, although the other months seem to be pretty telling that he's not that player. Dylan Dingler had an awful month of May, hitting 206. Well, we see what Dylan Dingler is now, and is May just an aberration or not? I think it was a confluence of awful events with injuries to your starting pitching and injuries to your everyday lineup, and maybe here and there a guy like, well, that's not what he's going to be, but that's a crazy month, and it coincides with all these other injury issues they had. That's why I'm kind of pushing off May and saying it doesn't matter as much. What matters to me is what they do in April when they were relatively healthy. What they do in June. What have they done since June 1st? And the team this is since June 1st, which is now going on 2 months here, is a pretty good baseball team with flaws. And I think some flaws are big flaws, but they can fix them if they were to trade.
So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just not as convinced you are as you are, even if these guys are healthy. But I mean, you can't deny that Gleyber Torres at the top of the lineup last night looked great. I mean, there were 2 flares. I think both those hits were flares. But he put bat to ball and got on base, walked twice. And when you have McGonigal and Torres at the top of the order, that's a problem. And then you got a guy you can make a case as the best catcher in baseball right now. Mm-hmm. And the 2 home runs are on the marquee. The back pick to second to finish the inning was incredible. Yeah. I mean, just an amazing moment for Dylan Dingler.
Yeah, and last night's game was, I mean, the guys were saying if you're watching on TV, this is the most entertaining game that they've seen all season long. And I'm not sure if it was that, but it was pretty damned entertaining. It had a little bit of everything. Mm-hmm. And also, to me, it's a payback for what happened in May. That's a game they lose in May. But after June 1st, it's a different team. They find ways to win those games. Somehow, Kenley Jansen's able to get out of the bases-loaded jam and facing back-to-back batters, I believe, with 3-ball counts to get them out. It was crazy. And then things didn't exactly go smoothly for them in the 10th inning either. Tyler Holton able to finally hold things off there. So they got it done. Do the collective whew. Mm-hmm. And now you got to go and get ready for tonight's game against the left-handed pitcher who they just acquired, who gave up 10 runs 2 starts ago in an outing, who has not been very good. And it's an opportunity for the Tigers to continue to get off to great starts and put teams away early. But you touched. I think it was you that touched on it, or maybe it was Jansen in the crosstalk talking about the bullpen being kind of spent. Yeah, a lot of those guys ain't going to be able to pitch tonight. I think the last 3 pitchers we saw last night probably aren't going to be able to go because they threw in the high 20s. However, this is the advantage of having perhaps Cater Montero on your roster. Even I guess they may entertain having him start this week. Maybe he's not available, but they've got guys like that can pitch extra innings.
Well, if AJ is saying it's like Game 7 of the World Series, Cater Montero's available, and he has to be because they might gas themselves doing everything they can to try and dig out of this hole, which could be a problem. But it's all the more reason why, if you're even going to try, you have to make a strong effort to add. You have to try hard to add.
Well, what they really need would be another appearance from Framber Valdez like it had his last time out against the Athletics, where he went 7 innings and gave up just 1 earned run on 3 hits. If they can get something close, if he can get 7 innings, the other stuff is kind of ancillary to that. If the guy's pitching 7 innings, I'm pretty sure he's pitched well. If he can give them 7 innings, that'd be magnificent for this team.
Whenever they get hot, we always hear from the people who are unhappy that they are winning because their primary goal is to move Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
And we've debated that for weeks.
Yeah.
I am interested in the people today that are happy as hell that they're hot. Is there a significant fan base? Do you sit quiet and let the people complain that they're winning? And safe space. We all are. You can share your feelings here. I am interested in whether or not this team is creating an excitement in you as a fan that you're loving every second of this. Or is that a dwindling population based upon the erosion of faith already in the 2026 Detroit Tigers? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers with a chaotic, wild win last night at Wrigley. I'm worried that it happened, much of what happened, all the drama late, that people go to bed and not see it. But if you did stay up and see it, it had a playoff intensity. And this is a big part of what we're doing here is this team is dug such a huge hole. I do have concerns about them treating every game like Game 7 of the World Series and having to win every game because the guys in that clubhouse want to win. The guys in that clubhouse want to justify a buy position, and I don't blame them. That's their job. Many in Detroit think it's impossible to win the World Series anyway, so move Skubal, sell Glaber, sell everybody. And it's a safe position from this standpoint. If you do that, you will never know what this team could have done. And you'll just say, hey, it was unlikely. And it probably is to a degree. It's always it's always good money to take the field against your team unless you are an overwhelming favorite. But, pro athletes want to win, managers want to win, organizations want to win. And I can't, what's becoming a bigger factor for me why I go for it? It's the idea that there could be a half season next year. There could be no baseball next year, in which case I don't want to sit around going, should have went for it. Or all those prospects you trade for you never see because you certainly wouldn't see them next year if there's no baseball. But that's kind of a weird variable that you just don't know what it really means.
But why does that matter if it's just half a season next year if that's all they play?
Because
then they should have gone for it.
I want to go for it this year in case there isn't baseball next year and we got to live without it. But I want to go for it this year because I think we forget just to have a seat at the table how important that is and how it really does give you a chance. And I think the most recent apt comparison is a New York Knicks team that nobody was talking about. Now, the Knicks were in a playoff position at the trade deadline. So that's we haven't reached a trade deadline yet. Maybe the Tigers, we say this all the time, the play needs to justify it. They need to play themselves into a justifiable buy position. But you're in the 12-4 camp out of the break. 3-1 is exactly that pace. So from an unnamed texter, hey, that's 3-1 start to the second half. Do that a couple times on repeat, and we're buying at the deadline. That's from an unnamed texter. Both Cleveland and Chicago Sports Radio are saying how close the Tigers are, and if they just gain one game a week, it's going to come down to the last week. So we're on those teams' minds. Just keep winning. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, this is a team that's playing and has played really good baseball for over 6 weeks now. It's kind of getting a little bit exciting here. And then, by the way, they're getting some guys back. Jackson Jobe is continuing his rehab assignment in the minors. He's going to pitch again this week for Double-A Erie, where he just threw 3 innings and reached 100 miles an hour again. I think he only gave up 1 run in that outing. Javi Baez is going to be playing tonight in a rehab stint, and he'll play probably the rest of the week, and we'll see where he's at. And if he's healthy enough, bring him back, because then you've got more than competency in center field. Outman's been okay defensively, but he's had some issues defensively.
He had an error last night that could have been costly.
He's been, like I said, he's been okay. Nothing special. He's had a couple of loud hits, but that's it. Just a couple of loud hits. I mean,
a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah. So replacing him with Javi Baez, I feel good about that concept. That sounds good. And then sounds like the Tigers might be catching a break on what happened with Casey Mize, and that his left hand is going to be okay. But what about the hamstring? Is this going to be one of these lingering issues?
Well, he's not going to miss a start. And so that's the good news. Look, the pending stories are that could have a major impact, and that all come down to health. First of all, is Kerry Carpenter, how bad is he hurt? He's hit no 77 in July. He's got no home runs. He's gone 10 games without a hit. Casey Mize expected to make his next start, but can he weather starting every 5 days, given his current status and unfortunately a history of injuries? You mentioned Javi Baez. Javi Baez has gone from, remember the first game he played for the Tigers, he was like a hero. Did he hit a walk-off double? Did it get to the wall, or he hit it? He hit it, either hit a home run or hit it off the top of the wall, whatever. I don't remember exactly. And then quickly started swinging at every breaking pitch outside the strike zone, fell into the doghouse with the fans. Now he's weaseled his way. Weaseled is weasel's probably strong. He's navigated his way back into a place where people understand his contribution to this team. And the difference between Javi Baez in center field and James Outman in center field is substantial. We thought Javi was striking out at a pace that was unacceptable. James Outman has 34 strikeouts in 73 at bats.
Wow. That's a horrific rate.
Yep.
To say the least. And, before you could have your bottom three players in the roster, and Jahmai Jones was part of it, and now he's been traded released and then signed by Boston, or I guess traded to Boston. There's a new bottom three, right? But it's getting the names like Zach McKinstry and Matt Vierling are still floating around there, and Outman is certainly another one. And to make room for Gleyber Torres, they had to send Valencia back down. With the situation perhaps brewing with Kerry Carpenter, as he left the game after trying to leg out a ground ball to running to first base, he's not hitting. He looks injured. It's probably wise to say we need to sit you down for 10 days and see if that's going to help things out. And is his lower body issue, is that the culprit of why he hasn't been hitting? I don't know. But I feel like this is an opportunity to either bring Valencia back, or you bring a more versatile guy like Max Anderson, bring him up and get him a chance. Somebody's going to have to get an opportunity here. I hope it happens soon. But it seems like it'd be obvious that when Javi's ready, hopefully by the end of the week, or maybe early next week, that Outman's gone. And then you're starting to improve the bottom part of your roster is now improving.
There are growing voices saying Max Clark for Outman. He can't possibly be worse. And all I will say is, remember the circus in the field down at spring training?
You played left field.
Yeah, he struggled in the field. And I saw some stuff earlier in the year where he was struggling in center field. If his defense has come along, then I could be on board with that. I want to know that his defense has come along, that he can play well enough in center field, because I don't want to tank that position. And even if, could he be worse than Outman? We're getting very close to the place where you could say probably not. Outman's hitting 151. We mentioned the strikeouts.
But the Tigers knew this when they claimed him off waivers. They clearly valued Outman's defensive ability. That's why they got him. Like, no one in their right mind thought Outman was going to hit. Because when they got him, and I'm going back to the story when they actually claimed him off waivers, since 2024, no one in the league with 300 or more plate appearances has struck out in more times, percentage-wise, than Outman. 39.3% strikeout rate. The next closest guy wasn't within 4 percentage points of Outman's strikeout rate. That's how horrific he is at the plate.
Well, he said, "Hold my beer" to the guy who was striking out only 39%, and he's like,
That's
"I'll
him.
show you what I know." He said, "Hold my beer. I can do worse than that."
Yeah, so
and now what is he, 45% or something?
So he's actually somehow gotten worse. But like I said, they knew they were getting a terrible hitter. They just wanted defensive, responsibility in center field. And so if you're looking just for a bat, almost anyone in the Tigers minor league system could do better plate appearances.
Max Clark has only made 2 errors in the outfield this year. He also has 6 outfield assists to go with it. He's way more comfortable at center field than anywhere else. But I think the easy move is just Javi comes back, Javi plays center field, assuming Javi's ready to go. If he's not, if let's say he suffers a setback, or whatever's going on with that ankle just doesn't get better and they thought it would, and hey, it's not, then you have to make that consideration. Or if you're still winning games going to the trade deadline, is this where it makes sense where you trade for an outfielder for a team that's ready to sell?
We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builder's First Source has got you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top quality composite decking. We're talking about brands like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. These are brands that you trust. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you just need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Battle Creek and Dennis. You're on 97.1. Hello, Dennis.
You guys kind of stole my thunder about the prospects down at AAA, like Clark. But also, we got Max Anderson. I think his name is Brent or Brian Callahan. There's Valencia, who's been called up. I'm very happy that we're playing really good baseball, but I really question the Altman guy. Love his defense, but you can't be running a guy out hitting 150 when you're chasing a playoff spot.
Yeah, and the only concern I have with that is that, okay, every game is so damned important right now.
Yeah.
Can they afford to leave him there even if it's only going to be for 4 or 5 more games because you're expecting Javi to come back? Like, does it make sense to go out and get somebody else to play it, or just kick him out of the lineup, bring up, like, say, a Max Anderson, and then you're playing Vierling in center field until Javi comes back? Does that make more sense?
Exactly. And I mean, trades are great. They're fun to talk about. But I think we all have to admit trades are not always successful. Even for a guy who's hot on his own team and then you trade for him and he doesn't adjust well for whatever reason. I've seen that happen over the years where, you know, you send your top pitching prospect or one of your top prospects to go get him, and then he hits 200 for you, where he was hitting 300 for somebody else.
Well, it's always a gamble, but is it a gamble worth taking? And I think if you're going to trade Tarek Skubal, you're going to get something pretty good in return. You have to believe that that's the case.
I don't know if I'd trade Skubal, though, because, I mean, you know, I love Mize, but he's continually getting hurt with tweaking something this, tweaking something that. Flaherty's velocity is down. I mean, he was, you know, touching 90, 91 last night. So, I mean, if we're going to go for it, I'm okay with getting the comp picks and putting kids in the farm system. Keep Skubal, make some switches, maybe sub out Montero and put Flaherty in the pen, but call up some of the kids. I mean, like you said, Clark can't do much worse than Outman is doing.
If he can field, okay, and I really feel like we need to get down to Toledo, but if he can field the baseball at I want to say better than respectable clip, and you can count on him in center field to make some plays for you, then I think the Clark for Outman swap would be easy. As far as the pitching's concerned, I watched every pitch of Jackson Job's start the other night for Erie, and he had filthy breaking stuff. He was regularly touching 100 on the gun. He was changing speeds between 83 and 100 miles an hour. The potential for him to be a factor here is pretty high. I think he, you know, given that he's coming off an injury, so you don't know where he is with his confidence and his belief that he can throw every pitch, and maybe the time off he hasn't grown a whole ton, but he was getting to baseball in the postseason 2 years ago, right? I mean, so he had done enough leading up to that point to be trustworthy. I think he is worthy of another look, and I'll tell you what. The question I have is he worthy of a look at closer? Is he worthy of handing him the baseball? Because games are so important, I don't want them to experiment. But at some point with Kenley Jansen, you just have to wonder. It's amazing that he hasn't given up a run in 6 outings, because he's putting runners on base like crazy. And last night was one of the greatest Houdini acts I have ever seen. He had no command. He was facing a 3-0 count on Bregman with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th in a tie game, and somehow willed 4 strikes. But if you look at the last one, the pitch that Bregman swung at, that was ball 4. And that was supposed to be in the upper away quadrant of the strike zone, and it was up and in. Like, he missed that spot too. So there might have been some good fortune there, but whatever. He got the job done. But do you trust Kenley Jansen?
I do not. I don't trust him at all. And I'm all for trying to find a better option. And we're going to have to wait and see who becomes available. I don't think it's something that you can trade for right now. I think that's just something where any team that has a high-end bullpen arm to move, they're going to hang on to that until the trade right up to the deadline to get the best price for it. And that would make sense if that's what you're going to do. But the Tigers have prospects to give if for the right players. That's why I've been bringing up Mason Miller for a couple weeks. If San Diego finds himself out and they want to move that piece, and he's not a rental because he's here for 3 years after this, if they're somehow able to get in a discussion with San Diego about Mason Miller, it's likely to cost you Max Clark and others. And I think it'd be worth it because it's not just for this year.
You want to know
for 3
something
years
funny
past.
about that? And as we try and solve the Tigers, you brought this up a couple weeks ago. You've been eyeing this move for a while. Evan, who runs our website, sends out little clips, and I'll see some of the reaction we get to the clips. That one got the most reaction I'd seen in a long time. People either saying, "Yes, do it," or "You're an idiot. You can't do that." It's
My idiot. I can't do that because I don't think it's possible, or because they wouldn't want to give
we got
up Max
some of that.
Clark.
We got some of that. It's not possible. Some of it was you don't give up Clark for Mason Miller. It's not worth investing big in this team. Stuff like that. But there was a lot of reaction to it. You're getting one of the best closers in the game. The Padres are now what, 2.5 games?
Yeah,
Are they 2.5
2.5
games
out of the wild
Let me
card.
double-check
They've kind
that.
of been there for the last week or so.
So they're kind of in the
floundering.
same position as the Tigers. I don't expect them to pull the plug.
But they need a reboot in a way. They need to add more prospects is what they need to do. The Padres. I mean, if I were Scott Harrison, I'm trying to sweet talk this deal. The Tigers have some players they can give them for their farm system to try to restock that, and one that's ready to play in the majors.
Well, it would be in what is a seller's market, one of the boldest moves a team could make. And given the fact that the Padres emptied their system to get Miller, my guess is they're going to ask the Tigers to do the same, to give him up. And it might be to the point of unreasonable. But then again,
You don't know unless you ask.
no. And what would the Tigers look like if they had him on the back end of the bullpen this year?
Feel a lot more confident, and it would slot some other guys, back into different positions. Although the number one guy it slots back is Kenley Jansen, and I'm not sure where he really fits. But
I will say this, in an era of people calling and complaining about our teams not going for it, it would be one of the most absolute aggressive go for it moves a Detroit team has made in a long time.
Is
and they
he
would
available?
Well, is he available?
that's
Maybe.
the number one question.
I would say as it stands right now, probably not. I would guess that the Padres aren't planning on being sellers at this given time, the way it feels like the Tigers aren't planning on being sellers at this given time. A lot can change in a week. A lot can change in 10 days.
A lot can change in 14 games. You look at what the Red Sox have done, and all of a sudden it doesn't seem like it would make any sense for the Red Sox to be moving on from Aroldis Chapman or others, right?
Yeah. But let's be clear. The teams that have sort of been identified as sellers, and The Athletic did a piece yesterday about who the likely sellers are. Of the 6 they listed, 5 have bullpen arms to sell.
There you go.
And we know how that goes at the trade deadline. Everybody that is in contention wants bullpen arms.
Yeah. And again, Tigers have prospects, and this is why I think you can do a buy and sell thing. I'm looking to move Skubal, and when the team I always look at is the Dodgers because how deep they are. Well, the Dodgers just announced that Shohei Ohtani is not going to be pitching for the foreseeable future. They want him to concentrate just on the hitting. And okay, well, that opens up a rotation spot for the Dodgers. And on top of that, they got catcher issues. Well, last I checked, the Tigers have not only catching prospects, but they've also got, a backup catcher right now that has plenty of experience that an experienced staff would like to have if they were to move Jake Rogers.
Well, that would be one hell of a sell move if you were giving him a starting pitcher and a catcher. But then there's a path to your boy Sirota.
And others.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are set to face the Cubs again tonight for Game 2 of their 3-game series. Framber Valdez will pitch this evening against David Peterson for Chicago. Peterson has a 6.45 ERA this year and has struggled with more walks than strikeouts in the month of July. He's coming off a 2-hit, 1-run outing against the Orioles, but that was soiled by 4 walks to only 2 Ks. Tigers are 3-1 since the All-Star break, looking to make it 4 wins tonight. First pitch is at 8:05 at the Friendly Confines. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:40 right here on 97.1. ESPN is going through another round of layoffs, and some big names are reportedly attached. First, it was NFL analyst Ryan Clark, who was named as a casualty of the dismissals. 33-year play-by-play man Carl Ravitch is reportedly out as well after ESPN lost Sunday Night Baseball, which Ravitch voiced for a number of years. Now, Front Office Sports reports NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero is expected to be laid off as well. ESPN acquired NFL Network a few months ago, and most of the layoffs in this round are expected to take place there. Lions training camp tickets are available for selection online this morning. You can choose one of 5 open practices to attend in August. BetOnline has set the over-under lines for running backs across the league and is expecting big things from Jahmyr Gibbs. The sportsbook predicts Gibbs to finish 5th in yards, tied 1st in touchdowns, 2nd in receptions, 4th in receiving yards, and 1st in total touchdowns among all running backs next year. Of course, the Lions season begins September 13th at home against the Saints. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff coming up. Gator, you weren't here yesterday when the Ward Manual announcement